Well, in the live chat, Unicorns just put something up. Vi- Mr. Virus posted it as a. It looks like a bubble at the minute. I'll have to zoom in a bit closer, but geometric bubble was it? Oh, like
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry.
Perfect.
And I don't care what all the sophists say. I'll find the proofs
We call this
in reality. 'Cause they were right.
We call this
We
proof.
know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I'll find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely true.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. I don't know whether you got to listen to the Brenda warm up, but the what we've been doing over these past, I'd say in the last couple of weeks, is we've been bringing all of this stuff to a head, let's say. And it's pretty obvious with conversations like, if you did hear it with Brenda and the modern sophist and sending people like Chaiki mad, this, whatever's happening at the minute, and we haven't changed particularly the actual argument. We've just become more aware of how to understand conversations and stuff. That I don't know, I don't know. I think we've carved our own path now, and we're sort of going with this geometry, logic, mainly back into the trivium. So these sort of days are going to be changing a bit. The one that we don't think we will change ever will be Free for All Fridays. That is just free for all, that anybody can come in and experience whatever. It's crazy nights, but I don't know how many people will want to actually come in and talk, because it's pretty obvious that there is no argument come from the Globe side. In saying that, though, I'm in discussion with Modern Day Debates, James, on Twitter. And I'm hoping I can get in there to do a debate tomorrow night. But it all depends on whether James, well, I don't know, he wants me to phone him up, which is crazy. I've never had anybody requiring that at all. And it's obviously not going to happen. I'm not calling somebody about a debate. Craziest idea that I've ever heard. But hopefully it'll go through, and tomorrow night he'll give me a link to somewhere, and I'll go over there and have a go at doing a debate. Bunny ears. Frantic. So, I don't know, Modern Day Debate, hopefully tomorrow night. Fingers crossed. See if we can make it happen. See how good the practice of the trivium and all of that sort of stuff is. So if you're listening, James, or anybody else that's listening, I know Chaiki wants us to do it really bad. He thinks I'm going to be humiliated. So I really hope to get in there and do that. Right. I've got more trivium books come as well. Just my copy of the Organon. It looks great. Mainly the main thing I wanted to go over. So that's going to be where we are headed. I don't know what we're going to do for Mondays. Obviously, the model affliction Mondays is a bit of a thing, but nobody with a model affliction is going to come in because it's like a therapy session. So we're going to have to do something to incorporate how to set the argument, or how to use the model or whatever. So anyway, today it is Euclid night, and I didn't want to go into it too much because there's a chance that I'll be doing a debate tomorrow, and it'd be a little bit pointless me going over it and letting my opponent know everything about the argument that I would be bringing, and me know nothing about even who he is. I don't know. Ryan something, I don't know. Never heard of him. Yeah. So, I think what we could go over, because I've titled this one. I don't know, what did I title it? Something about being non-Euclidean. So the idea is that geometry that we know is Euclidean. It may sound a bit fancy, but it's not really. It's just the guy who supposedly wrote a book about geometry, how to formulate the logic into a geometric structure. was called Euclid. So the geometry that he wrote in the book, supposedly, is a Euclidean geometry. It is just geometry. It's the geometry that everybody understands. Triangles, squares, circles, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, spheres, cubes, pyramids, used in everyday life for measuring things. Right, so that is Euclidean. Now, you may hear within this structure of what we're talking about a thing called non-Euclidean. Well, what is non-Euclidean? If Euclidean is everything you know about geometry and the way we measure things and all of that, what is not that? It's been a puzzling
Stuff
question
that stays
to
in
me.
your mind.
Pardon?
Stuff that just stays in your mind, because once you bring it out of your mind into reality, it becomes Euclidean.
Well, that's imaginometry you'd be thinking about there. But I mean, we did make imaginometry as a training tool to see what Euclidean is, because obviously Euclidean has a formulation behind it, a logical formulation that makes sense, and non-Euclidean is not that. And that's about as far as I could go with that. That as much as is able for anybody to explain about non-Euclidean geometry is, it's not Euclidean. And it depends how good your imagination is, because that's the only place you can go. Nobody can ever show you a non-Euclidean.
I would say that non-Euclidean means not geometry.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. It's just not that. So you know everything that's geometry. Well, not that. And it does sound stupid, right? When you put it like that, there are people that are able to imagine that not geometry. And they really think it's a thing in their imagination. As we've learned within logic and mathematics, really, it has to be based in reality. There has to be something for you to count, to shape or whatever, right? It's no good counting sheep when you're falling asleep. There's no purpose. There's no reason for you to be doing that. And then to be telling other people, oh, I had 200 sheep in your mind. It doesn't make any sense for this non-Euclidean, non-geometry. That'd make more sense, wouldn't it? Non-geometry. Because geometry obviously is, and that's where you get your proofs from. And basically, what it comes down to within the formulation of the logic that goes into the geometry, it goes right down to the base of advanced simplicity. Will take you down, and it will tell you that a straight line isn't straight, because in Euclidean geometry it defines a straight line as that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Well, non-Euclidean is not that. So a straight line isn't straight. in the minds of the people that have non-Euclidean geometry being a thing. But that, it leads you into some strange places. As we showed the other day, Brenda came in. Essie asked Brenda a question about a straight line and unable to answer. Rumpus said straight lines bend, straight lines curve, just like Fight the Flat Earth did at the beginning when we first came into this. I mean, spot on.
Hey,
Go on.
can I just say, by the way, this morning's Brenda video was awesome. She made it a point to tell you that she just comes to make a fool out of you, and in the process makes an absolute fool of herself.
Yeah, every time. Can't help it.
Yeah, every time. But keeps coming back and thinking she's winning every time. Hilarious.
A non-argument will do that to somebody.
Yeah.
Make it seem like they have confidence, and then when they get into the argument, they can't. Just look foolish. It was like Rumpus yesterday with stating that Euclid's definition of a straight line was bollocks. And then who said that there wasn't one? I can't remember
Brenda.
who said
That was
there wasn't.
Brenda said that
was Brenda
Euclid
yesterday.
didn't define a straight line.
And then immediately there's like 5 in the live
Yeah.
chat. There's
It's like
five.
there is definition 4.
Yeah,
Book
there it
1.
is right there. But of course that's no good because that definition has the word evenly, lies evenly. That means it cannot be curved.
Yeah.
But any the shortest distance between 2 points in their mind can be curved. It's amazing what the mind will do to match a model, doesn't it?
But they say on a sphere, but who cares about sphere? Because you can have line without sphere or plane.
Exactly.
Because line does not require a surface to be obtained. You can obtain line without any surface. So this is just nonsense. And by the way, definition, I said, I think, because it was very loud with Rumpus, and I don't know, with this shouting, if it was expressed loudly from my side, but this is, if Rumpus is trying to create definition of a straight line or even any line using surface, he automatically falls into circular reasoning, because the cause of the sphere is a rotating curved line, circumference, of course. So if the cause of the line for Rumpus is a sphere, it means that the cause is automatically an effect. So this is circular reasoning, because conclusion becomes premise, and that's just nonsense.
It's, well, again, when it comes down to the non-Euclidean argument, I mean, I guess people have heard it over the last few days, and there is no argument. And of course, you can't have an argument that states, well, not that. Although they do think that's an argument. They say, well, not that. And you go, don't be stupid. And they go, well, prove it. And I think the opposition for these people have probably been trying to do that for years. Trying to prove every not that statement that they ever make. Leads people down rabbit holes that of the mind as well. Because I was saying, Brenda comes round here and does all of that stupid stuff, and Rumpus does that, and you think they make they're being silly, right? It doesn't make sense for them to carry on saying that, but they're the peanut gallery, like he likes to call them. These guys that are in the background will be patting them on the back, saying, well done. A form of gaslighting to them. That's why Brenda keeps coming back. Because Brenda's got a team of people around going, well done, that was brilliant. You should go back in there, as long as we don't have to go in there. But you go in there, Brenda, that was brilliant. Gaslighting, ridiculousness. And we've had them in the chat all day. I think Blue Marble Science is going down that path. He's listening to this group of people that are obviously diletheists, that they cannot see contradictions. I've got a couple of clips I had to save today from. All right, so copy image. I'll get this and put it in the live chat. There you go. This is a carpenter guy, right? Now, it's a sock account, and it's a sock account that most of us probably know, that never comes into a chat. One of these nobodies with a throwaway name, because stupid things need to be said to help the globe. This is one of those instances. It says, no, the property that makes it horizontal is that it is the line defined by 2 points of a water level. If you want to say this is equivalent to having equal elevation, you have to prove it. So this guy is saying that a water level is defined by 2 points. And these 2 points being an even altitude would be said to be horizontal. But this fool is telling us that we have to prove it. Now, why do we have to prove it? Well, we've got Blue Marble Science, who has gone one step over the mark just today. Let me get this. He's if anybody else has got any clips from Blue Marble today, now's the time to. Well, I don't know whether we do a progression of it, or I'll give you Blue Marble's latest ones, and then we can take you through the series of events that has led up to this. So I think this was the first one. This is Blue Marble Science in our Discord today. He came in here willingly, or whether he was enticed, like Brenda says, to give us this thing. And it says, here's horizontal changing elevation. I'll say that again. That's the words at the top. Here's horizontal changing elevation. Now, anybody knows a horizontal within mathematics and geometry is a line or plane with zero slope. That's no slope at all. Normally, as a zero change in elevation, as in all of the points on that horizontal line will have the equal elevation. If there's any tilt at any point, then there will be a change in elevation on a horizontal. That's what most people understand. But because Blue Marble's been gaslit by a group of people about, I don't know, it's not reality, because, I mean, Blue Marble is claimed to be an engineer. So this Blue Marble science, bunny ears, definitely not science as you may know it. This is Blue Marble science. He says, here's horizontal changing elevation. And if everybody can see that picture, it's the blue line in the middle of the thing that Blue Marble is calling the horizontal. That's a elevation profile of a horizontal line in Blue Marble's land imagination. This is an elevation profile of a straight line. Blue Marble land. Let me get another one. He then came back with another one. This one. Same picture. After we said thanks a lot, Blue. And you can see we're keeping this one to Euclid. There is a graph. We have an X and a Y. On one side it says feet here, and this is pad elevation. That's that. So this is a height. So this is a distance measured horizontally, of course, and this is a height, vertical. And then this is Blue Marble will explain. He says, the blue line lies in a plane that is tangent to the Earth at one and only one point. And that plane, the blue line, that plane is perpendicular to the gravity vector at the point of tangency. The blue line, a plane. So the plane line lies in is definitely, the plane the line lies in is definitely horizontal, the blue line. You see, Bev, I told you not to try. You can't understand this.
I cannot understand this.
I can't understand it. I'm lost.
But still, he is saying here in this text that this plane that
It's curved.
Is curved, but
Yeah.
he is saying that this is plane.
Yeah, it's a tangent plane.
Yes.
Although it curves.
Because it is impossible that this curved line couldn't be lying within the plane if it was straight. So if straight plane, then you cannot have curved horizontal line here. So this is just gibberish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's got like obviously a horizontal and vertical grid formation on the graph that is actually used to try and depict a horizontal line being curving.
Yes, so I don't know why this blue line is curved, but this line below is straight. Shouldn't be.
Dilithiist. I mean, I can't think why. I'm lost as to why Blue Marble's done this, and he's acting so smug. Like, you see, Bev, I told you not to try. Not to try what?
maybe this bottom line is level, and because it is not curved, because he straightened this this line, that's why in effect you have a horizontal curved. If you would bend this level, the horizontal might be straight. So, but this is conundrum. What to keep true, horizontal or level? So I think he sacrificed horizontal.
Which is a strange turn of events, right? And I'll try and take you through the what we did, or what, I don't know whether it's what we did or the series of events that took place. Started quite a long time ago, where I'm guessing me, Spot On, and Emma all met together. And we had these, well, both Spot On and I have a working understanding of level and horizontal. Now, obviously, we'd questioned people about that, and some really strange answers came back. Now, everybody we were talking to assumed that we were flat earthers, and we kept saying we're not flat earthers. Level's definitely horizontal, and they kept putting us into the flat earth camp. But all we said was, in reality, level is horizontal. That's how it is. Now, because this group of people had put us into a group flat earthers.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Because they're all diletheists, right? You have to be one or the other. And you don't belong to the globe, so you have to belong to the flat.
Well,
that's their thinking.
Yeah, but that it'll come round to it, right? That is their thinking, right? They have this false dichotomy set up, and they're so sure of themselves that once they linked us to flat earthers, which we're not, they can then link the obvious fact that level is horizontal to flat earth, right? Then within their mind they can say, well, that can't be true. That's a big mistake, because it just so happens that level is horizontal. It's defined that way, and it's not. Things don't get definitions because they're wrong. There's no contradictory definitions. There's no, oh, well, what about this one over here that you didn't see? It's tucked away in an obscure dictionary somewhere at number 18 or whatever. But so that was I think the first really big mistake, was that taking something that obviously happens in reality and getting really confused about it, and then labeling that as flat earth. And that's what we all came together as an understanding, to watch a load of people make mistake after mistake associating something and not understanding that it's coming just blatantly from reality. These things that we're saying come from working reality. That's practical. So that was mistake number one. And from there, we could then watch people keep associating and keep having to associate this thing within this arena to, I don't know, just slander, libel, doesn't really matter, bad mouthing, calling people names. And we've stuck to the same argument from reality, and that had to change, right? So step one is they're making a big mistake. Then once they say, or somebody says, well, level can't be horizontal, and we say, why can't it? It obviously is. Well, then they're trapped at that point. They're stuck within a contradiction that occurs throughout the globe model. These contradictions of the consequent of level from the globe side of not being horizontal means that there are two possibilities. There's either a drop from horizontal or the raise from horizontal. That's it. There's a contradiction that occurs the moment you step away from the reality thing. And that contradiction is laid bare once you expose it with logic. Because you can easily formulate the logic to give a proof, a truth statement. And from that, the drop and the hump occur. Now, if anybody knows anything about the drop and the hump and the model, you will know that the curves go the other way. So what actually happens here with blue marble is so far removed from that initial statement of level is horizontal. There's some warped imaginings that's gone on in blue marble's mind that has gone through a complete circle. He's wrapped around on himself back to level actually being horizontal. But he's ended up curving a horizontal in the upwards direction. There's quite clearly a mental break occurred with the straight line. And the only reason that mental break can occur is because somebody's got it into their head that level being horizontal is flat earth. It's just reality. And the moment you start to try and break down reality and say that it's flat earth, then you end up with these sort of pictures. Horizontal lines curving. Blue marble can't get out of it. This is blue marble elevation profiles. Got a few of them. I'll get some more. He's been doing it for a bit. He's been developing the blue marble elevation profiles. We started off. Hoymar brought us back the Rakir's Bridge. There's another guy took a few pictures of it, but it's mainly Rakir. Jesse Kozlowski, the famous shadow giant from the globe side, put a thing on the top of his car and drove across the bridge twice, both directions. Car surveying at about 40 miles an hour. I don't know what sort of speed you go over there. And he supposedly surveyed the bridge, and that told him that the bridge was a constant 5.8 meters. So from that, Blue Marble drew this particular picture here, where he said that Jesse Kozlowski was measuring the elevation above the tangent plane, the internal tangent plane. This is globe geometry. So that's the first sign of Blue Marble showing a hump. Remember, this is an elevation profile of a lake with a hump in the middle. A 90-foot hump it is, because it's 23 miles, I think, across side to side. So there's a 90-foot hump Blue Marble drew there in the center of that one. So that was the first sign of the hump. And then, of course, because we deal with a bridge across a lake that Blue Marble thinks is humped, then you contrast that with a straight. And it just so happens that just down the road, round the corner from that very bridge, there is a thing called LIGO. And LIGO is a big laser beam that fires on a perpendicular twin arm thing. And they're about 2 miles long, these arms of LIGO, and they are perpendicular. So they're dead straight, claimed to be the straightest thing in the universe by some people, not everyone. So when you contrast the lake with a constant elevation of 5.8 meters with LIGO and a constant elevation of whatever, then there is a problem that occurs when you put the two together. It's like the Cog-Dis reaction of what happens when you put these two elevation profiles next to each other. How do you have the water in the lake doing that, and then the water, say, in the canal next to LIGO doing whatever that does? I mean, that might be straight, I don't know, but if you take the shape of what water does like this and you put a hump in the middle of it like Blue Marble, it's sort of impossible for the mind to comprehend it. And I don't know how you can get your mind to do that. I think you literally have to break your mind. You have to explode your logical system to allow it to comprehend things like this, because it just doesn't make any sense. So from that one, we went to... I've got loads. I've got a good bit of Blue Marble. And then he went to LIGO, and then he had this one. This was the first Welcome to the Globe drawing. And along the way here, within how I choose to work is you need examples of things to get people to go over, because when they process these things individually, I think it's a bit hard to not come to these conclusions yourself of yourself. So this is Blue Marble, and one of the early iterations of what we just done at the beginning. So he's refined it obviously from this. He says the orange line is the straight line connecting the start and the end of the LIGO northwest pad at Hanford. The blue lines are the actual elevations. And he says, welcome to the globe. So these here, according to, it's a straight thing, LIGO, dead straight. And according to Blue Marble, it has different elevations on it. This is the only elevation profile of a horizontal line that does this. In reality, there's none like this. Just Blue Marble. He's on his own. Well, I say he's on his own. He does have some friends. Starkodder, I know nobody's ever heard of Starkodder. Carpenter, nobody's ever even heard of them. They're nobodies. They can disappear into nothingness. But this is Blue Marble. Science. Bunny ears, of course. Because he's drawing pictures of straight line elevation profiles that aren't straight. Literally lost his marbles. And he's had the nerve to say the orange line is the straight line connecting the start and the end. So he's made a straight line to connect the two ends of a straight line. That's fantastic. He's got space between a straight line and a straight line. All the time on a graph with distance in feet and elevation. Vertical, horizontal, vertical. And then this blue line's meant to be horizontal. And this one is a straight line connecting the two ends. I don't mean to laugh. But it's too much. It's like a comedy act, to be honest. Let's see what else we've got. I've got some more. Get on my phone. Right, I've got that one there. And this one here. Oh, wrong channel. Here we go. That one. And that one. Right, so. Oh, that wasn't. Here we go. On this graph, which line does Blue Marble Science think is horizontal? Take this one out with you and pass it around your work friends, colleagues. Go and ask the missus. Which line would you say is horizontal on that graph? Wonder how many people will say the blue one that's curving. And then tell them he only did this because this is what the globe requires. It's a case of it has to be like this. Otherwise, there is no globe. Like our friend I Can Science That said, if water forms a plane, then there can be no globe. And Blue Marble's saying that an elevation profile of a horizontal line has to look like that blue line on the globe. I think he'd go so far as to say, if you think that horizontal line is a straight line on an elevation profile, then he'd call you a flat earther. And I think there's going to be a few more people like that as well. I think it's a case of it has to be.
Oh, look, there's a blast from the past in the chat.
I wonder, that's surprising, isn't it? All right.
Yeah.
All right, Babs.
Where have you been, Babs?
Yeah.
Long time no see.
I think I heard somebody said that Gem Pandas is dying. Is that why you've come out, Babs?
Also, if you want to call someone a liar, could you please provide the evidence?
Yeah, well,
otherwise,
it just seems to be a stream of just calling people
yeah,
liars.
but otherwise, you yourself are the liar.
Yeah, that'd make sense.
You know, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones.
Yeah, calling somebody a liar when you've got no reason to do that, it would make you the liar, actually, Babs. Yeah. Right, go on to some more of Blue Marble stuff. So this is Blue Marble and his water level, and I think it's done mainly to support his hump. So I don't know whether you're aware of this, anybody else, if you're out there. This is required from the globe, that a water level, normally a tool with two ends. Well, Blue Marble's put one in the middle. But in order for him to put it on a globe, he has to lift the middle one up. He has to, give it a little extra height in the middle. And this was the progression over one day of Blue Marble's mind, having seen the water level from Wiki and read that it said it was a device for establishing a horizontal plane. He decided to say, nuh-uh. And I think he did another one, was the one that he just recently did. Blue. I don't know whether I managed to save that one or not. Yeah, look at that. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. That's right as well, isn't it? Thanks, Saragaki, for bringing that up. The curve line that they've got on the top there, Blue Marble, he thinks that's straight. I know it may look like it's curving on that picture, but Blue Marble actually thinks it's straight. Blue Marble thinks both of them are straight.
I think maybe he's looking through fisheye lens, and then this line could be straight, really.
No, you'd have to look at it from the top, right? You'd have to look at it as though... See, the top one that curves from this view, you'd have to go through that's part of a great circle. Therefore, it's straight. So both of those lines, technically, within non-Euclidean geometry and a meld of Euclidean, because the chord would be Euclidean and the other one would be non-Euclidean. They'd both be straight in the minds of the diletheist. When I say that, the diletheist, I'm completely making a diletheist up, because diletheism's an axiom that allows you to accept contradictions. It just does away with contradictions within a logic. Because normally, within a logical formulation, if you find a contradiction, then you have to go back and reformulate your logic, because it can't happen. But obviously, you can't say, well, it can't be a globe then, if you're a glober. Right? You have to be able to have some way to allow that contradiction to happen. It does that through... does it through adding this axiom that allows you to see contradictions. It's called diletheism. But there's no such thing as a diletheist. We made that up. So I like the fact that other people are using the words that we make up, because it fits it really well. If somebody can actually employ that diletheism bit, then that person should be called a diletheist. It just means that at any point that there's a contradiction within a logical argument with the model, they can employ this axiom, place it in there, and do away with the contradiction. It leads to some very strange things, namely Blue Marble drawing pictures that he shouldn't really be doing. Blue Marble is going to lead the way for the globe. This is going to change the globe game for good. It should change the flat earth game for good as well, but I don't know whether they'll get it. The globe, though, will definitely be right on top of blue, because this is some sort of an idea, the closest thing that they've ever got to a proof, and they cannot have level being horizontal. That's a no-no. So this is probably the best way, but it's going to come with a big bag of sophistry, modern day sophistry, and a blatant disregard for obvious contradictions. Everybody's going to seem, although they're going to understand that they've been gaslit for fucking ages, but entering this argument, a geometric argument, you're going to see geometric sophistry like you've never seen before. Argumentation about straight lines not being straight and how you don't understand it. Triangles going against the proof that they all have 180 degrees. Some have two right angles. All of this stuff is going to have to go. The Euclidean geometry as it stands cannot be the form of geometry that we use in everyday life, because it just doesn't fit with the globe. At least in the minds of the people that we're dealing with at the minute. That's it. They can't go past it. And we've come to a head now at the minute, because there are people that are blatantly lying to people. And they're either blatantly lying or they're wrapped up in paralogisms, and they've accepted the words of shadow giants, living shadow giants, and they've been fooled into thinking and taking on these false truths, paralogisms, vacuous truths, all sorts of logical fallacies will be unveiled. And people going mad will probably give us a pointer as to where to make these things. See, there you go. Look. There you go. This is blue marble. He's done this today on his own. Okay, it's blue marble. Blue marble science. He's going into the business of making memes. So blue marble says, without any understanding of what a diletheist is, he says in this thing, if you say level is horizontal, and then this ridiculous thing that he's done over the weekend, it's got plum, plum, and plum. All three plums are different plums. So plum is not the same as plum is not the same as plum. But this line here is straight, and then this line is curved. And then he's put hashtag thanks, Bev. You can thank me for it if you want. It's ridiculous. Thanks, Bev. I will take a bow for that one, literally. I didn't expect it to be you, Blue. But yeah, I thank you. So blue marble's made up a completely different definition of water level for the globe. And then he said, if you say level is horizontal, you are a diletheist. Doesn't even make sense. That's not got diletheism in it at all, has it?
This is only association. People who will read that, they will only associate level diletheist. So this is psychological trick only.
Yeah, for it'll work for the Globers, because I mean they hear. I think it's what Blue does. It's a reverse, like you say, psychology, but for himself. Because then you can say, well, Blue, I mean, that's obviously not correct. You know, like at some other point, you'll catch him in a contradiction and you'll say, you can't see the contradiction. And they'll go, no, I can't see a contradiction. There you go, you're a diletheist. And he'll go, no, I don't think level is horizontal. As though diletheism has got something to do with level being horizontal. There's no contradiction in level being horizontal. Perpendicular to vertical at every point on it. I mean, there is no... Yeah, and I don't know why it's like I'm a leprechaun. Don't know. I think
This
that's
is just projection, because you call him and them diletheist. So
Yeah.
he's just projecting on you. Just primitive tactic. Okay, no. Let it be.
yeah.
Let him be.
Well, I think it's great. To be honest, he's promoting diletheism. People can look into it. I encourage everybody to look into level and horizontal. See as many connections as you can. Just go out there. Ask surveyors. Ask the guy at the building shop. Ask the engineers that you see at the side of the road. Any architects, you know, anybody like that. Ask them about level being horizontal. See how many diletheists there are out there with a really bad understanding of it. But yeah, he's I like I say, I didn't expect this to be blue marble. But we have seen that there are a few people, not many, a few people that have led this argument along, and they've never been able to talk to us because any one of the issues that they have could have easily been sorted out with a simple conversation. It's very easy to look into all of these things and find geometric proofs that give you an actual proof that you can relate to reality. All through geometry, right? Geometry is earth measure. You do this in reality, practically. You measure things. Everybody does it. They are identical, dust and bones. Nice try, though. Well done. Yeah, look up water level and see what blue marble's done to it. It's added one in the middle. Lifted it up. It's ridiculous. It disproves itself, right? Blue marble obviously must know that it only works within this little arena. It works no further than this little tiny arena that we are in. Nobody will talk about it, but they obviously have talked to Blue Marble. They've led him into probably his fanfare. I mean, there are people that have been round before, people like Jesse Kozlowski, people like that guy that lived in Maine, or might have lived in Maine, that used to role play being a surveyor. Who else was there? There were other not surveyors that pretended to be surveyors. Had a go at differential leveling. Famous for the nutsack drop. Ridiculous stuff. They've all had to go. The Blue Marble is going to go that way too. You can't go around stating you're an engineer or a surveyor or whatever, and then saying there is a measurable drop or raise from horizontal of the water level. Just can't do it. But guys, enjoy yourself. I understand opposing views. I know I'd say I'd actually, it's you don't want to be round here listening to this. This'll do your head in. You'll end up going mad like Chaiki and Brenda, Rumpus, Blue Marble. Get away. If you have a model, you don't want to be hearing this. And definitely don't associate level being horizontal with flat earth. That's the worst mistake you could ever do. Because then you'll fight against it and you'll end up going mad because you're fighting against reality. Just accept it into your model. That'll be the best way to do it. Everybody goes away all happy then.
And he's saying it must be so on Earth since the Earth is a sphere. So
Yeah.
since it means that he is begging the question. So this is just how many years we have to deal with begging the question, begging the question, and this is it. This is proof. Since we live on a globe,
Yeah.
this is not enough. Have to prove that we live on a globe, not since we live on a globe.
Yeah, this is what gets me, is that that's not even the academic approach, is it?
Absolutely not.
Somebody would surely be allowed to question things and get some sort of an answer for yourself. Just to say something like that. Crazy. Well, yeah. Somebody says that level being horizontal disproves the globe. Yes, well, it does. But you're still going to have it in your model, like in your mind model. Just incorporate it. Surely should be the way to just do it like that. You'll deal with your mind. At least you'll be able to keep your mind together and not have this explosion, mental breaks that are obviously occurring in people. I don't want to be causing them, but people's minds are already under stress. This particular argument, for people that have been in it for the years that they've been in it, and they've developed arguments that aren't really arguments. And most people have run away from the true arguments. Obviously, because they can't see these arguments. They can't look at them, because once they do, they start whirring round in your brain. You need a backing group of the peanut gallery to keep you all together. That's why I think people gather in large groups, so that they can push their opinions, or I don't know, pat each other on the back for doing certain things. But the geometry still will always stand. That straight line that is a straight line, that you understand is a straight line, that's Euclidean. To have the globe model, you have to have non-Euclidean. And that means the straight line is different, because the straight line is Euclidean. Not that is what you have to end up with. And to think about it like that with not straight line is crazy.
Yes, so the conclusion only is that you cannot have straight line on a sphere. Rumpus is insisting that this is, because this is the shortest distance on a sphere. Yes, maybe on a sphere, but this is not the shortest distance in space. So it is not straight line anyway. So on the globe, you cannot have straight line, and then you cannot measure anything, because we always measure everything with straight lines, or at least with reference to straight line.
Well, you see, I when they associate the sphere with non-Euclidean, then the sphere is Euclidean. So how can it be not Euclidean? That's a trick.
Yes, but
Euclid defined the sphere.
Yes, but he didn't say that the line drawn on a sphere is straight line. He didn't say that.
Oh, yeah, because he didn't need to. Because they still don't have it as a straight line. They only have the straight lines.
No, Rumpus yesterday said that the definition, that's why he was insisting on definition of straight line, that is the shortest distance, not points lying evenly, because this is unbearable, but the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is curved.
Yeah.
So the straight line is curved for him, and he repeated, shouted that straight is curved. Not the first time. He did that like 3 years ago on I think many hangouts and many streams. So this is not first time. So he is at least 3 years with that. I think that this is not good to be 3 years in that state.
Well, that was my first introduction. Was call it a debate with Fight the Flat Earth on 24/7. I maybe the only person ever to have got Fight the Flat Earth to go somewhere else for a debate. And he went to 24/7, and that was the first thing he said. We had a debate on the straight line and level, and his opening argument was that straight lines curve. Non-Euclidean geometry, straight lines curve. That was it. So whether him and Rumpus did it a few years ago, and then they had to realise that it was a bit silly, and they've been sitting on it for this many years. It's finally took us this long to get them to come out and say it yet again. And it'll probably be around again. Rumpus and Bite the Flat Earth. I'll be saying it again at some point.
Yeah, but they are not progressing. They are just repeating old bullshit.
Blue Marble's gone into the Chaiki, just sort of reversal stuff, like child school child stuff. You go check that out in the. Bev is really beginning to lose it. Maybe I went too far pointing his diletheism. Sorry, Bev. Maybe you can get some mental health care assistance. I'd say that may be projection, but I think I'm fine, Blue. I'm not too sure. I did say that you were probably going crazy, but you were the one that was adding another one in the middle of the water level tool. You tilted those two. And added one in the middle. I didn't do that. You did that, Blue. I continue to say that the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. But please continue, Blue. Carry on. Blue Marble's going to be doing a follow-on from Jeff. And I think
Blue is exercising and practicing new word, not in very good context, but he's just exercising this.
I like the idea of using diletheism. All of these old words, get into paralogisms as well. To teach him about that one. Aporia.
Yes, let Blue make 10 sentences with paralogism, please.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go on.
I wanted to try and give them an argument for level is not horizontal.
What, you want to help them out?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. See what you guys think. So I don't know if you can see my icon there, my little bubble level.
Oh yeah.
On my icon. Yeah. Okay, so on every one of those tools called a level, it has a plus or minus and a decimal number. Do you know what I mean? Called the margin of error.
Yeah.
Well, that means it's in error because every one of them has a margin of error. So that level is not horizontal.
Could be.
Do you get? I hope you get what I'm saying. Because I've shown you guys the plus minus before. It's like 0.029 degrees. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's off of the horizontal. So the level is not horizontal. Even when it says it's level, because it could be out 0.029 degrees. I'm just trying to help them out here. I just thought maybe you guys could figure that out for me.
I'd say it could still be horizontal. How would you know?
What? That's right. I get you, but it could be out 0.029 degrees. And if it's out 0.00001 degree, it's no longer horizontal.
Very true.
Got him.
Every atom deviation it makes it untrue. So you never have horizontal perfect atom to atom, whatever atom
But
is.
wait. That's a spirit level. What's the margin of error on a water level? I think all that help I just gave them went down the toilet.
The water level's a different tool, isn't it? It's not a tool, it's just is. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is.
Yeah, but the spirit level has a measurement calculation. Like, it has a margin of error written on every single one of them. It might be 0.029, might be 0.31, who knows? But the one I have, it says 0.029. I can go grab it right now, and it says that. But that's off of horizontal. So what is horizontal? Horizontal is horizontal. A spirit level can be 0.029 degrees out of that horizontal, whereas I don't think a water level can be.
Well, a water level would be
Hope
how
I was
you
clear.
check the accuracy of your spirit level.
Yeah, precisely.
Mhm.
Thank you, by the way. I
Yeah.
tried to help them, but it didn't work.
Well, yeah, they won't be listening anyway. We've told them it's not safe for them to listen to this. See, because even if you say about a water level being a tool that establishes horizontal, and like you've just expressed there's an error. Well, that error of one can be checked against the other. And then you would know what horizontal is. Or level, even. So yeah, they can't hear that though, because imagine that thought going in your head that you can actually check it. And then once you know that it can be checked, you have to pretty quickly come to the understanding that if it did prove a globe, then they'd be doing it all the time, and everybody would be saying that to flat earthers.
Yeah, that was my other point, was that 0.029 that's marked on the actual level. How do they know it's 0.029? And how did they check that? When they built it, how do they know it's 0.029 plus or minus out of horizontal?
Yep. You have to have a standard. And what is the standard for horizontal? Where does that come from?
Horizon.
Well, for all of the standards, normally when you say, what do we go to for the standards? What is those standards? Everything's always water. Everything. All the time. So there's a chance that all distance measurements are related to water. Or weight is as well, isn't it? And does that weight also define the size of the cube?
Yes, it means that I think 1 gram, uh, mm, 1 cubic centimeter of water is gram, I think, but I may be mistaken. I'm not sure. I can't remember well. Something like that.
Well, I think, isn't it like don't they have a metric ton? And that's water a cubic meter.
No, meter is just I think arbitrary. Just was a stick called canon, and this canon was, I think, was chosen arbitrary, or, for example, from qubits or whatever else, but just arbitrary length called meter. I can't remember the origin of this particular distance, but I know that they produced in ancient times these sticks called cannons, which were just standard for them. And they call it meters, or meter, that this length is meter.
Well, it's decimal, isn't it? To the 100.
Meter itself, no, because it's just an unit, the unit. But yes, in decimal system, yes, because the deca means 10. So sometimes we are using Greek prefixes and sometimes Latin, because centi is from centum. So centimeter, it is meter is from Greek, but centum is from Latin, because Latin centum in Latin is 100. So this is divided by 100. So this is centimeter. And
Yeah.
millimeter. It's milli means 1,000. So this is one of 1,000 of meter.
Yeah, I was like putting that to a measurement. I mean, I don't think they've just made that up. That's what I was trying to get to. Because the centiliter, the millimeter, the volume of all of those go to directly translate to the measurement of the meter, the centimeter, and the millimeter.
Yes, so meter, yes, this is the basic unit they use.
You guys must have heard the story about the king's, what is it, the king's knuckle? Is Kevin here?
Sugar cookie.
Oh, sugar cookie.
Sugar cookie and a king's knuckle.
Yeah, so the story goes they were trying to find something in nature to standardize a measurement, but they couldn't find anything. Until the story goes, they used a drop of water. And I think 1 drop is a millimeter or something. I don't know how the heck they got the consistent drop, but
that's made up by somebody.
It's probably made up,
for
yeah.
distraction. We'll
but it goes back to water
at some point.
Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, just putting that out there.
Yeah, 33 feet is a pretty standard measurement. And that's obviously got to derive the thing or whatever.
That's nature's measurement.
Yeah. Well, as I say, all of the standard things for water, everything always seems to be related to water. Whenever you want to do anything, water always seems to come as the one.
Yep, that's why I brought that drop thing. Yeah. I tried it, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they did that.
Yeah, well, they have water clocks. It probably was one of the most accurate forms of measurement that they had.
Yeah, that was for real. Yeah.
But I don't know how that did. I'm not really gone. I forgot where we were. Right off.
We're talking about measurements.
Yeah. Yeah, so the measurements of everything derive through water. So why would this be any different? Horizontal is what the water does. Where else would horizontal come from? How could you not relate it to the water?
Yeah, you hear them say, what do you mean the horizon is related to horizontal? Are you crazy? And you say, well, what the hell else is it related to? Like, hello?
Well, the horizon, yeah, but the horizon over water is the true horizon. Well, how do you know what horizontal is if you take away water? How would you establish it? How would you check to know what horizontal was?
Cannot be done without water or spirit or, yeah.
Some sort of a liquid, right? You need to find that liquid to have an equal, even.
Yeah, you could even do it with apple juice, probably.
Solid bodies, they don't have tendency to be equalized. They don't seek level. So only liquid does that. So water naturally, and as water is everywhere, not oceans are everywhere, but this is you can find it everywhere, so you can check it everywhere.
Yes, and every time anybody's ever checked, you can do it yourself. Horizontal, like with no slope.
I imagine the first caveman who split open a coconut and went over to the stream and took a scoop and drank it. Now he realized if he wants to bring some water back to his wife or whatever back at camp, it's got to keep the coconut straight level, right? Or else the water would fall out. Like, man, this is like, it's astonishing we have to talk about this.
Look, there's a rumpus thing in the chat for you. I don't know why he's talking to you specifically.
What's he saying?
It says horizontal is defined as being 90 degrees to the vertical. As used by an auto level, the horizon has nothing to do with horizontal.
I'll pretend you didn't say that, Rumpus. Like, seriously.
That's crazy.
Horizon and horizontal. This is horizon is a noun and horizontal is adjective from horizon. So how they cannot be related? They have to be related.
Well, as well, the auto level establishes a horizontal of all points at equal elevation, Rumpus. That's what an auto level does. So you're saying there that the auto level establishes a horizontal. Why would a water level be any different? You're losing your mind, Rumpus. You've been lost in some ridiculous argument that you may have been having for years with a group of people. Well, we are not that group of people, Rumpus. It's quite obvious that level is horizontal. In reality, provably, very simply.
Rumpus, you don't like my coconut water level? Come on, man. Well, even coconut milk, even the coconut water, you can do it with. Yeah? Caveman water level.
Brad, a slope or a change in elevation will cause water to flow. A deviation from horizontal.
Got another one. I got another one. Ask Rumpus how accurate is his vestibular system. Boom, gotcha.
Nice one. Another thing, Rumpus. The horizontal, you say, is defined 90 degrees to the vertical. But how do we establish a level plane since your thinking of a vertical is only at one point? How does that work in your mind, Rumpus? How could we establish a plane, a level plane with one point? Houston, we have a problem.
It'll be relative. Egocentric relativism. For Rumpus, definitely. But I mean, madmen and the people that hang around with them, the peanut gallery of the madmen. I nearly said and women, but I don't think so. I've not experienced any literal mental cases like we're getting here. Rumpus gets too upset in conversation. Should just be able to talk. Oh, the etymology.
Too emotional.
The etymology is irrelevant.
Rumpus, dialetheism, bro. You gotta wean yourself off of it. One truth at a time, bro.
What are you talking about, Rumpus? You're crazy. I hope that everybody is watching this from the globe side, because this is literally the mental breakdown. Well, I don't know whether Rumpus, I think Rumpus is he's possibly been like this for quite a while.
Only for LIGO? Seriously? How about an airstrip, or what a big base for a building? Come on, Rumpus.
Look at the dialetheism. It's crazy. It ends up with him sort of contradicting himself.
A few hundred meters?
Yeah, he starts off by saying the etymology of the word horizontal is irrelevant. That's because it comes from the horizon. And all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. He says, you know nothing, big shouty letters again, about surveying or geometry, even though I've got a certificate for land surveying. And I have gone over Euclid. Everybody knows we've done plenty of stuff about geometry. Rumpus doesn't believe it, though. Try reading literature, you moron, says Rumpus. The horizon has nothing to do, capital letters again, with horizontal. Well, it has, it's right within it. And then he says, we never establish horizontal planes, except every auto level does that all the time. And that's what a water level does. Except for things like LIGO. So LIGO is a horizontal plane then, right? Thank you very much, Rumpus.
And how did they establish that, Rumpus?
We always establish levels which are curved. No, we establish horizontal planes with an auto level.
So how did they establish it at LIGO then, if they're always curved, Rumpus, is that a diletheism, Bev,
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there?
that's it. Yeah, we're going to get to it now because then he says, after saying that like mix up, then he comes with, and over distances less than a few hundred meters, there is no difference between level and horizontal. So there's your third option.
Oh my God, the local stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
We've got straight, we've got curved, and then we've got no difference between the two as well.
Local.
They're both the same.
Straight, curved,
Straight
local.
and curved, and then, well, straight, curved, and straight and curved. The third option. All three.
Don't
That
forget
is
the local.
definitely diletheism, Rumpus. You've just let everybody know that you've jumped into bed with Brenda.
Possible triletheism.
Yeah.
Because we got local as well. Yeah.
That's awful, Rumpus. You know nothing about this subject. Yet you're willing to show everybody the diletheism that's rife in this community. People have been talking and arguing, let's say, with people like Rumpus for years. And I'm no doubt they've spotted lies and different fallacies within the conversations that they have, but they keep going back to it. They keep allowing people like Rumpus to have these ideas, the contradictory statements, and get away with it. And Rumpus, on the other hand, has got worse and worse with his ad homing. He thinks the more he ad homs, the more he'll be able to I'm pretty sure I did. Is there some little mouse there or something?
Yeah, just tip for everybody is just to turn Rumpus down to like 50%. It's gonna be way easier on your ears going forward. Just heads up.
Yeah, he won't stop talking, and if you turn him right down, you can just stay in
Okay,
the background.
question, Rumpus. Calm down. I have a question. Rumpus, I have a question. You said LIGO was measured with GPS, correct? Okay, now, if we were to put a water level...
Whoa. Differential GPS, did you just say?
I did just say that, yes. You're obviously not familiar with it. It's different to GPS. It's more accurate. Go ahead, Montreal.
A differential GPS.
Bev?
Well, I don't think Rumpus understands what differential is.
He's too stupid and too ignorant, so go ahead, Montreal.
Let's not do that, Rumpus.
Doesn't know what differential leveling is.
And that's very annoying.
He just asked a question. It's his show, Rumpus. Calm down.
No, but he interrupted your question, as he does always.
Clarifying. Differential GPS. Can you explain what that is? And then we'll continue.
It's a more accurate version of GPS. It involves taking several signals, and sometimes it uses base stations as well to establish particular points of reference. And it's the thing that Jesse, if you want to have a differential GPS system, you need to spend about £10,000 or so. And that's what Jesse used for his surveying of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. So
give over. He didn't do differential.
No, he did.
In GPS, Rumpus. Stop talking shit. You're making a mockery of what they did, Rumpus. Even now, you and your diletheism.
Ignorant, surveying, denying twat.
I'm going to turn you down, Rumpus. Okay.
Jesse, do that. Just go away. Just shut up.
There you go. Well, I can't hear Rumpus now, so I'm going to just carry on talking about whatever it was that we were.
No, we're not going to do. No, Rumpus, you're not going to turn down the host and then.
I can't hear him. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna.
Is that okay with you, Bev? Is that okay with you?
Well, he can go in a different room. That'd be the best thing. Because I'm not listening to Rumpus.
That's not good.
Rumpus is going to have to go. I can't. Everybody has to turn him down, or I don't know what this sort of show we're going to end up with. People like Rumpus walking in like this, talking shit about stuff.
No, you are over talking him. This is not going to work, Rumpus.
See, it's dead air now. Everybody else, I don't know who can listen to Rumpus.
No, I have it at 45%.
Rumpus, nobody could hear you.
I have him down to 0.
Nobody could hear you, Rumpus.
Nobody can hear him on YouTube. But I mean, yeah, he's not going to bring anything.
What he's saying, so
Yeah, we're not scared of what Rumpus has to say. Rumpus just comes on and keeps talking. It's still lit up green. He's never stopped talking. Yeah. Thinks he can just walk in to a show like this and talk. Has everybody else turned him down, or do I have to kick him out of here? Is he still talking? Can anybody
Yeah, he's
else
still
hear
talking.
me or
Yes,
not?
yep.
Like, is everybody in the Discord happy to listen to Rumpus while I
I am not.
I'm never happy to
Like,
listen to Rumpus.
just turn him down then? Like,
Yeah, I have him at
literally,
0 now.
Yeah, it's they're good. I mean, we can just carry on with what we were talking about before.
No, it's useless, Rumpus. It's not going to work like this. Sorry. Yeah, but
I
I'm not
don't
going to talk
particularly
over
want to
while the
talk
show
to
is going on.
Rumpus.
So sorry, Rumpus. Try another day.
Definitely not on the day when you're coming in trying to tell us that the horizon has got nothing to do with horizontal. When all but 3 of the letters in it are exactly the same in exactly the same order. And I know they've got a lot of stuff to keep going with. And the defenders, there's only people like Rumpus left. Rumpus and Brenda. Blue Marble, obviously, he's struggling. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a Buster song for everybody. That's a good idea. How about that?
Yeah, but you come
do
in like a
homework
shotgun, Rumpus.
for you guys. We'll sort this out. I'll be back in a minute.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly, absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Round the rosary, my man, going and see. Open now, I'll see it clear. Running is hiding, mine was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life. I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. I don't care what all the soft I'll find the proofs in reality. If I don't speak out, they were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof. Geometry is true.
Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. I don't care what all the soft things. I'll find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true.
Path that you're on,
Perfect.
and all around you is sinking sand. You'll have a place on which to stand. Cast away the shadows and step into light, taking down giants and opening sight. And now I see it clear, the path that you're on, my ends and feet. I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the logos.
good. That was good.
Right, and we're back. No Rumpus. He decided he didn't want to stay. Yeah, he left. No more disruption from Rumpus. I don't think any more disruption from Rumpus is needed. He's shown us this year no test, no videos, no nothing to do with anything with his test. We've got more footage. We've shown you more footage from what Rumpus supposedly was doing whenever he went to Bedford levels. Rumpus is just a blatant fraud. I call him a fraud. He's trying to tell people he's doing things that he just isn't. So Rumpus coming in here trying to tell us about LIGO and how straight and things aren't understood by simple processes is the state of where we're at. We've been saying at the beginning, there are only a few globers that can actually take on this argument. And they're all, every one of them, full-on diletheists. They have contradictions. Rumpus just told us some blatant contradictions. And he can't even see them himself. And that's worrying. Because if other people hear that, they might be tempted to take that sort of thinking on for themselves. I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, Mike's looking into the... I think Rumpus was saying it was centimetre accuracy, which is a little bit ridiculous because they're talking about horizontal height elevations of accuracy of 1 centimetre. Which paper quite rightly pointed out that it costs 10,000 pounds or dollars or whatever in order to get this system that goes to a centimetre accuracy claimed by Rumpus, which he knows nothing about. But that is even 10 times less accurate than an auto level that does differential leveling to the millimetre for $100. Pounds. They don't really equate. Yeah. Mike says it's up to 5 meters. Yeah, I think the GPS stuff comes with the elevation. The elevation just comes off the map. That's what gets given, the standard. Yeah, 15k machine up to 5 meters accuracy. But I mean, we're not into that. We've always said whenever we do any of this stuff, we want to be first order to the millimeter, as is surveyors when they do differential leveling with the auto level specifically. Because it's more accurate, it's of a high level of accuracy. We call it first order. You do that with tools within a certain range. You don't go beyond that range, as we've shown in other things, that you can't see to the millimeter. And if you can't see to the millimeter, you can't be millimeter accurate. And in order to be first order measurements of accuracy, you need to be to the millimeter, the most accurate you can be. Why be 5 meters away? It's pretty good. 5 meters. You can get better than that with your mobile phone nowadays. I suppose it does wander about a bit. Interesting. It's interesting, more so, why Rumpus thinks that Rumpus needs to be the one to come here. All this time, Essie, that we've been dealing with this and these arguments of Lake Pontchartrain and LIGO, how much involvement has Rumpus had? Why do you think that Rumpus might be deciding to come in here to tell us that the horizon has nothing to do with horizontal? Which I think just about anyone would find that hard to believe, right? You go, look at these two words here. Did you know that this one has got nothing to do with this one?
I think he's trying to help out his buddy Blue.
I think maybe I am just naive, but horizon plus ending, it is horizontal. So just adjective made from word horizon.
Yeah, I always like to think it's the totality of the horizon. It returns back on itself to the same point. So horizontal is the totality of all of the horizontals with the plane of the horizon. Of course, they're the same thing, really.
It's like sphere and spherical. So word spherical is not from sphere. It has nothing to do with a sphere. Word spherical, of course. Yes. That's Rumpus's logic.
Yeah, circular. It's got nothing to do with the circle.
Nothing. Of course, nothing. Never.
Completely unrelated.
The unlogic.
Yeah, well, I think from yesterday saying that, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, not surprisingly enough, that they're related within words, but the logic relates the statement all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other. I think that might be troubling them. That statement is a little bit troubling for this little group of people that I think we've been dealing with all along. They have specialized in one particular thing, and that is going against the obvious fact that level is horizontal. And they've ended up in very strange places, like straight lines having to curve, the horizon having nothing to do with horizontals. They're going, obviously, I think it's a mental break, literally. This little group that we've had to be dealing with for a fair few years, they've separated us from everybody else. And these guys have been patting each other on the back. And they've led themselves into madness. Now we're dealing with a group of mad people. Yeah, sophistry gods. That's exactly it. They've got no logic. They've never had any logic. They've never had an argument. So they've specialized in sophistry. But that sophistry has had to lead itself into geometry. And if there's anything you can't do, is you can't do sophisticated geometry. There's no such thing.
Impossible.
Yeah. There's proofs, and if there's a proof for something, there isn't a proof that it's different. That's ridiculous. Triangles have a proof for them only having 180 degrees. No more, no less. But some people will tell you it's not. Some people want to tell you that horizontals curve. And there was some crazy statements, wasn't there? Did we get that other one? Copy.
That straight lines are curving and vice versa.
Yeah, this one. It's only a short statement, but this is the guy that thinks he has no contradictions. It's a graph of the elevations of a straight line. And the elevations of a straight line are a curve.
Wow. Going off the rails on a crazy train. Isn't that the song?
It's a graph of the elevations of a straight line. And the elevations of a straight line are a curve. Literally wrote that. The elevations of a straight line are a curve. That's like a ramp, a slope.
Yep. Dialetheism on display daily.
But that's what has to occur for their model to survive. The moment you start to introduce reality and level and horizontal with a geometric argument, or, well, I say a geometric proof, the argument that leads to the proof, but the proof is the reasoning that you have to go through the process to look at the argument first.
Yeah. You accept the paralogism or whatever you want to call it. I'm speechless. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You have to accept the dialetheism to move forward.
But in fact, you cannot move forward, because moving forward in logic or in geometry is progressing with proofs. But using or according to this paralogism, you cannot do anything, because you cannot carry on with a logical statement when you start with paralogism or contradiction or whatever. This is end of argumentation. One fallacy is ending of argumentation. So what's left? Only carrying on with gibberish, blabbling, stories, science fiction, whatever. Nothing more.
Fantasies.
Fantasies,
Imaginations, imaginings of people.
Accepting the dialetheism and ignoring the paradox that it brings you to. It's crazy.
And I've got this one this is an old one. I've been forever asking who's the best geometer on the globe, because there's some serious points that we can bring, serious proofs and stuff. To have that conversation is what I've been after. And I asked I've been asking for a while now, Blue, who do you think is your best geometry person? And Blue Marble answers, me. Blue Marble, the guy that draws a elevation profile of a horizontal line as a curve, thinks he's the best geometer on the globe side. So the rest of you globe guys, get your acting gear. I mean, like, if Blue Marble can draw pictures of horizontal lines curving, I mean, get on board with that.
Unclamp that hump.
Literally, this is Einstein stuff. They can get in on it. It's what's required for the globe model.
Bluestein.
Yeah, Bluestein. Boomstein.
Yeah. Boomstein, blue.
Get on it. Elevation profiles of horizontal lines that aren't horizontal is what you're after. To show everybody, right? If you really want to be a globe scientist now, you're going to have to get this diletheism. Come round here, we'll teach you how to be exactly what it means to be a diletheist. We'll ingrain that globe into you. Or you can do it to yourself. Just come round and have a conversation with us about level being horizontal. We'll find out how committed you are to the globe model. Or just explain a bit of reality. Blue Marblestein. Now that sounds good.
Yeah.
Go
Einstein,
down in
move over.
history with this one. This is the next breakthrough. Einstein took it into space and curved space. Now, Boom Marblestein is going to bring that back to the ground. He's literally bending horizontals for the globe.
Blumenstein got rid of the horizontal.
We might have to get on that. Boom Marblestein. Boom Marblestein. Get on it.
Just like Rumpus says Euclid is old school, well, Einstein is old school.
Oh, yeah.
Now we have Blue Marblestein.
Yeah. He's taking the nutsack in one hand, Chaiki in the other, mental cases, wrapping them all together, drawing a picture of an elevation profile of a horizontal line that isn't horizontal. In fact, it's about as far removed from a horizontal line that you'd think the globe model needs. Bendizontal. We predicted it. Spot on. All that time ago. The only way out for them is bendizontal. That's it. That was quoted 3-4 years ago when we came into this and we saw the argument. The only way out is bendizontal. And look at Blue Marble science. Blue Marblestein. Bending horizontals for the globe model.
Yeah, it has a nice ring to it. Blue Marblestein. It just rolls off the tongue.
Boomer.
Boom Marblestein.
Yeah, sounds better.
Right. Yeah. BMS. Boom Marblestein.
Yeah. Copyright it. Get it?
Yeah.
I want to see a YouTube account.
With that name,
yeah. Blue Marblestein. One on Twitter as well. I could even have a character on the game with that. That'd be great.
Make a character with a huge head with veins. You know, like Star Trek with those big-headed dudes there? Well, Blue, at least you make us laugh, bro. Thanks.
Well, I do like this. The geometry of all of this is that turns out that non-Euclidean geometry is exactly what's needed for the globe model. There may be a bit of a connection there between the two, but it turns out that blue marble is bending straight lines in order to fit his model somehow. You'll have to ask him why he's doing that, but he's definitely doing it.
I think he cannot answer this question because you talk to him for on that topic. So he said, as I remember, just that. No explanation. Why?
They're afraid to say it, but we all know why. How can you have a globe with horizontal and perpendicular? How could that be?
Can it? Like, they can't have Euclidean geometry. Now, that's the next thing that will be gaslighted within this community. It's already being done. And that's dangerous, right? I think I've been going over this. Okay, we are people that live in reality and we have this, but us talking about this has caused these people to go crazy, right? Now, one of the only good things about it is that at the minute we're dealing with boomers. They seem to be the ones that get triggered about it. But when I think about it, I'm thinking mainly for people like Fight the Flat Earth, right? I know he does have children. Now, those children will hear him saying whatever he says. Now, I know I've heard him saying that straight lines curve on the globe. Well, that's a nonsensical statement, but what happens if your children are hearing you say that? What are they meant to think? What is the next generation meant to think? If you've got boomers running round, they used to be trusted elders, the wise ones. Well, if the wise ones in your community start saying that straight lines curve and that horizontals are actually an upwards curve whenever you draw it on a graph using horizontal vertical grid system, then the horizontals actually curve. I mean, if that's coming from the elders of the community, somebody like Blue, somebody so trusted within the community, Grandpappy, Blue Marble Science, inverted commas, bunny ears, then like what are we bringing this on? And how much more ridiculous is it going to get? Because to be honest, they're already started it now. Once Blue Marble starts telling other people, it's going to get worse and worse. All for saying level is horizontal. How bad's it going to get? How bad's it going to get for the mental cases of the people that have to make these contradictions fit? Or how bad's it going to get for actually stating a truth? Finding a proof in reality.
You cannot fit this with reality because you can see at the when you are looking at the horizon that the horizon is straight, not curving. So I would say that maybe in the future people will start to defy their own senses, and it will be plausible in society to deny senses, for sacrifice your sense, what your senses are telling you, for some model or ideology or whatever.
Yeah, for science, the shadow giants. Right, the shadow giants have checked, and guess what? You don't know what you're sensing. The shadow giants do. So just ignore your senses. Don't worry about it. Or are they just going to live with people in oblivious to these contradictions? They're going to try and keep people entertained enough so that they don't notice the contradictions that are there. Who knows? I reckon the TV and all of that sort of stuff is going to win out. And as we're just in a tiny group on the corner of the internet, this is just going to be a group of people going crazy, shouting at another group of people that they keep calling flat earthers. Although we're not flat earthers, that's the way it's going to go down in the history books, because the people that are going crazy are calling us flat earthers. And then they're probably going to say that the crazy flat earthers made us crazy. Somehow we'll probably end up getting the blame for that as well, because they're like that. Who knows what's coming? But I know there's some crazy shit to come. This isn't going to stop now. Blue Marble's drawn that thing. He's made memes of this. Blue Marble has a focus. I wouldn't surprise me if he's gone live. Even Rumpus. Rumpus forced him to go live.
Yeah, their last show was a cry fest about you. Half the show.
It's crazy.
I can't seem to make myself go over and watch anything Blue does on his YouTube channel.
Is he gone live? Don't tell me he has. That was just a quick prediction. Because Rumpus is upset.
I think it's interesting, if we want to use that word, that we can literally see self-proclaimed shadow giants being made real time as this is going on. It's insane.
Yeah. This is literally how Einsteins and all of that were made. And you've already got Jesse Kozlowski, right? That guy is a living shadow giant. He's never going to come round and defend any of the stuff he did. But, I mean, could that be what Jesse Kozlowski was like Einstein? Could Einstein just have been a bit more popular back in his day? Could he have been lucky to just get cast out? I mean, like, imagine Jesse Kozlowski doing his globe tourism thing with Soundly.
They needed Einstein because all of their stuff was wrong. So he just came up and just patched it up and made him the smartest man.
Well, they needed Jesse Kozlowski in order to add the surveying touch into the globe. Otherwise, they'd have been failing at step one. Yeah. They need to make stuff up in order to keep their model back. Keep it going. Tough for them.
Yeah. Just look at that, exactly what Mobius just posted. Anybody can make a drawing like that. It's like game over. There's no use anymore talking with you, Blue.
3 different plums. And it's a water level. That's the thing with that one. It's a water level that could be 10 foot long or 20 foot, 30 foot. It doesn't really matter. He's got them all different plums.
Water levels humping. I mean, that is the most ridiculous thing one person could ever say.
Tilted, 3 different tilted plums. 1 horizontal across all 3. And a different height in the middle. You make stuff up, Blue, in your imagination. Jesse Kozlowski just drove over the bridge. He gave you 6.8, 6.8, or 5.8. 5.8, 5.8, 5.8, all the way across. Somebody else imagined those was curving. A 90-foot hump, an impossible 90-foot hump in the middle. Right, Blue marble. Boom. Marble. Impossible 90-foot hump in the middle. It doesn't exist. In reality, it doesn't exist. You should be sorting your video out, Blue, with a... You've got some verticals to tilt. Because a bit ago, there was a couple of guys pretending to be surveyors. And when they did that, they made these YouTube accounts pretending to be role-playing surveyors. And one of them said that verticals weren't parallel and that he'd measured it. And he'd measured it over a distance of 1,500 feet, 500 meters, to an accuracy of 1 arc second. We went out to check it on the beach, 500 meters, to make sure that you could see 3 millimeters or 2.5 millimeters it was. Turns out you haven't got a chance of doing that. But that video that we did that, you might have seen it. Chaiki took a still shot and gave it to Blue Marble, drew a few lines on it and told him it showed an earth curve. Not the fact that it showed that the guy from Maine that claimed he could measure verticals not being parallel over certain distance was just blatantly lying about it. That's what that test, when we went out there to do, that was what it was there to show. That the guy that claims to be from Maine, Jeff, is a fake surveyor. He's a role-playing surveyor. And he was made, that particular character was made, so Jesse Kozlowski didn't have to say it. Now he's gone, Jesse Kozlowski's gone, and they've handed it over to Blue Marble. Now Blue Marble's the next guy that's going to try to do the geometric proof, well, the impossible, the sophisticated geometry that they had to just run away from once they'd started it, Jesse and Jeff. Now Blue Marble's the next one. "90-foot sagittar at the centre." He's still going with it. An impossible 90-foot hump. He's not going to let go of it. He's locked in. That's why I say this is going to get really interesting. Blue Marble, he's doing some groundbreaking stuff for the globe. He'll not be able to put it anywhere near the reality. And for Blue Marble to pretend he's an engineer, well, that just goes to show how these people will role play anything and any character. It's even gone along, like, half of the thing is, in this arena, there are certain terms and things that are brought around that aren't real. They don't exist. They're not something that gets done in surveying or anything like that. For one of them, for instance, that's coming around and it's being said a lot, is a flat plane. There's no such thing. It's been made up. Doesn't exist. A plane is a plane. It doesn't need anything before it. It's just a plane. It's already well defined within geometry. It doesn't need an extra definer to go with it. And one of the things that Blue Marble seems to be got caught up in is reciprocal zenith angles. They're not real. They're not something that occur. There are angles that people measure, but reciprocal zenith angles are not something that surveyors do. For instance, if you want to have a list of questions to ask people and you see a surveyor, ask them when they measured that verticals aren't parallel with their reciprocal zenith angles. Ask them how far apart they had their theodolites when they did their reciprocal zenith angles to find out that verticals aren't parallel. And then watch their face as you're asking them that. There won't be one surveyor that has ever done it, because it's not something that gets done. In reality. But within this little arena, these arguments are made up by people from the globe. Like Blue Marble has decided he wants to put the elevation profile of a horizontal line being a curve. That's all on Blue Marble. He's made that up. He's been pushed into it because of Jesse Kozlowski and what he's talked to him about the GPS and driving over the bridge. He may have talked to other people like WS or George that have told him that these different surveying methods that they've conjured up in their mind to make their model work. And Blue Marble's done this all on his own. I haven't got a theodolite, Blue, and I wouldn't do that anyway because nobody ever has done it. And for anybody to come up with that and go, oh, look, verticals aren't parallel. It wouldn't happen, Blue. I know, like, there's a lot of people that really love the globe model, particularly within this arena and this debate scenario. But it's not a debate. It's just people making stuff up. So, the geometry of reality is that we can measure distances. And we do that using a straight line. Now, some people will try and tell you that that straight line that you're using isn't actually the straight that you think it is. It's some other sort of straight. Now, they're definitely going to tell you that. It's going to get really bad. Now, do you enter into that conversation? What do you do? What do you do now when you know you're talking to people that want to bend straight lines, will directly contradict themselves in the same sentence, and then tell you that you don't understand their contradictions? I think I've had enough of it. We have a good enough conversation going on within this group for us to be able to survive without crazy people. But we do have crazy people keep coming in. There he is. There you go. Hopefully we're going to get a video out of this, Blue Marble. I'll put it on the chat there. See? This is the next one from Blue. Jesse Kozlowski and the guy from Maine that used to pretend to be a surveyor on YouTube. They've had a go at this and they've had to run away because they can't answer questions about it at all. But Blue Marble Science is taking it on. We call this the stolen concept. And Blue Marble can't see it. Like all diletheists, they cannot see a contradiction or a fallacy. And this one's a little bit harder than usual to see. It involves quite a few steps. It's called the stolen concept fallacy, or the self-refuting fallacy. That isn't my only response, Blue. I've been talking about it for about 5-10 minutes. It's a problem that boomers seem to have. Their memory goes, especially when things are a bit too tough for them to conceptualize, like how wrong they are and how much of a mistake they're doing. Yeah, but this is this is some surveying that somebody did in 2018, like 4 years ago. Wonder why that sort of time. Yeah, but to measure something, I don't know who it was that did that. Blue Marble. I don't think it was you, Blue, was it? Keep going at it though, Blue. I hope you can finish this work that's been done, started by Jesse and Jeff. I've got some old diagrams that you might want to have a look at them. Bit of logic to go with them. Old stuff. I'm looking forward to the Blue Marble one. But we always go with the water and whatever the simplest. Advanced simplicity breaks things down to the most simplest form, and always water. But the water level, as depicted, like you might see a lot of these pictures that we have in the chat in Discord. These are elevation profiles of canal networks. And these all rely on, obviously, because the water level in between locks is defined as horizontal. And yeah, we've got loads of these, all elevation profiles. Every one of them have a horizontal baseline, which means that all of the elevation profiles have an equal elevation lying on that horizontal. That's how elevation profiles are worked. And the horizontal in these horizontal elevation profiles is always straight. It's never that upward curvy horizontal that blue marble is drawn. It is literally just the straight horizontal from lock to lock. So good luck, Blue. Anytime you want to come and have a chat, we've got some elevation profiles. I think you're a bit on your own because I don't think you're going to have that much help. You've only got crazy people and diletheists that can't see contradictions helping you. It's a tough ask, but if the globe needs it, then blue marble will give the globe what the globe requires. No, Blue. Blue. He's awfully aggressive. Have you ever, I don't think you've ever actually talked to a surveyor, have you, Blue? Here we go, look at this. Text chat trolls and Euclid. Sophisticated geometry is what's required. I think it's ridiculous. It's impossible. But there are people that imagined brains of the blue marble scientist. It can override Euclidean geometry, the very foundations of mathematics. Blue marble think he can just override it. It is genius. Blue marble science. Frantic bunny ears. Blue marble says, next time you see an actual surveyor at work, they're quite often easy to spot. They've got a big fucking tripod thing in front of them. They're dead easy and they can't run away either. They're stood there. Dead easy to talk to. And they will talk to you. I mean, not many people talk to surveyors. You can get away with all sorts of things with an auto level and a measuring rod. You get to all sorts of places. It says, next time you see an actual surveyor at work, stop and ask him how often he uses a water level. Be ready to run. He might throw a rock at you. They don't. Don't be... But what I'd suggest, the easiest way to do it is to ask them, which would be more accurate over a longer distance? The tool he's using or a water level? And then ask him, would that be for establishing a horizontal? At the end of it, it's dead easy. No rocks will come at you or whatever. They'll tell you. You don't need to take my word for it. Ask a real surveyor, an actual surveyor, like Blue Marble says. Blue Marble's advice. I take it Blue hasn't gone live then. You can't be live trolling me in the YouTube chat. And the Discord as well. Isn't he? Look at that. We've got Blue Marble in both in the Discord chat and in the YouTube chat. Honoured. Blue Marble, Ultra Troll. bending horizontals for the globe. I don't want to think it's funny, but it does seem to be boomers. They get so much enjoyment out of it as well. Throwing rocks. Surveyors don't throw rocks at people, at least not the surveyors that I know. You might have been, have you ever been out there with Jesse? Is that what Jesse does? I hope not. George had a few theodolites. Has he thrown a few rocks or two at you? Asked him about a water level. Just a simple life that anybody wants. Geometry. Earth measurement. In reality, straight lines are definitely straight. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you don't understand what straight is. Because some people will. Some people will try and tell you that the drawing that they've drawn, which is the only one in existence of a horizontal line not being horizontal on an elevation profile, they'll try and tell you that that is the way all of them should be, and they're the only one that's drawn it correctly. All of the other ones are wrong because they have a model and a science. And, you know, like, I've heard a lot of this science deniers. Well, it gets worse because the blue marble science is a geometry denier. I don't know if all blue marble scientists, this globe science, have to be Euclidean geometry deniers.
It seems so.
Yeah.
That they are.
That's worse, though, than a science denier, isn't it?
Geometry
denier,
yes.
Yes.
It is science.
Yeah.
It is mathematics. It is the peak
The
of
foundation,
science.
yeah. Yeah, we got that. Remember that clip essay about the proof? I think it's about time we start going over those sort of things to really let everyone know how important proof is and how ridiculous it is for people to be denying proofs.
Not a bad idea, yeah. And the fact that they have no proofs and they readily say it. We have no proofs. We don't believe in proof. Science does not prove stuff.
But in that statement, they also want to take science proof from you. They want to say, because we don't have any proof, then you shouldn't have proof either.
Yep.
Which I'm not happy about, because I think that's just blatantly gaslighting fantasy. They want you to join in on their fantasy.
And it's both sides of the aisle, shall we say. It's not just the ballers. It's both sides of the aisle that some people say that, or believe there is no such thing as proof. Conclusive proof, anyway. Whatever that means.
Proof has to be conclusive, because inconclusive
Exactly.
proof is not a proof, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's ridiculous statements like that, you know, we're going to have to stop appeasing these ridiculous statements from people. And saying, well, such and such says that. Well, such and such is obviously mad. Crazy.
Or he is just a novelist. For example, science fiction novelist.
Or they'll say, oh, you never heard of this principle or that? The Bartholomew theory or the, this guy theory. I don't care what you call it. If it's nonsense, it's nonsense. I don't care if you named it something, right?
Well, I don't think you get Arthur C. Clarke coming around telling you, like arguing with you and trying to force you into his opinions of, I don't know, whatever. I mean, that's a novelist, right? Blue Marble's doing exactly the opposite, isn't he? He's coming in here trying to force something upon us. We're only talking about him because he keeps coming in here with stupid shit. If Blue Marble didn't keep coming in here with stupid shit, we wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah. Sure.
He can't stop
Absolutely.
himself, though. And it's not just Blue Marble. Blue Marble's at the end of a big line of them. And they are getting less and less. There's fewer and fewer of these people that want to deny geometry. Blue Marble, see, he thinks there's more angles in a circle than 360. He thinks there's more angles in a triangle than 180. It's literally crazy. They either don't realize the implications of what they're saying, or they're just stupid. No processing power in their computers at all. Boomers stopped working.
No self-thought, no self-calculation, only what has been taught to them. No self-analysis. But could it be? Come on, can a straight line curve? Are they telling me for real? I have to believe this line could go around the sphere, meet itself, and yet I still have to call it straight? Like that, what a normal person would do, right? But they can't do that.
Yeah, they've got their own little language that has been allowed within this arena. I mean, nowhere else would anybody be arguing that triangles have more than 180 degrees and that reciprocal zenith angles add up to more than 180. There's a link between them.
Both Rumpus and Brenda told me that a straight line can extend indefinitely and it could also meet itself and still be a straight line.
Yep, that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He has a proof for that. What's Blue Marble talking about?
He's on about triangles.
Straight line for parallels. I think I've got it. Is he? I'll just check. I think it's 30, that one. Yeah.
Even the cat is saying, what's going on here?
Yeah. I think I might have to feed the cat, so have a little chat amongst yourselves for a minute.
Proposition 30.
They get this idea, it seems, from long-range optics. They have it in their heads that long-range optics is an orthographic, is correct orthographically.
Yeah, this is it's freaky, bro. Like they think that they can view something at a long distance with an auto level, like 14 miles or so, and have a correct reading, like make something out of that reading, that observation, whatever.
Or even the theodolites or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. It's a optical device that they're using to, say that they're establishing the horizontal at that location of the instrument, because they're not establishing a horizontal between 2 points, which I think is really weird that they'll sit there and say a horizontal is a straight line, but then say that it's only established at 1 point. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
If you're not establishing a horizontal between 2 points, then it's not a horizontal.
Yeah. They were telling me.
I guess you could.
Sorry, Mobius. I thought you were done. Go on.
I was just saying. I guess you could say, you could have infinite points, between 2 endpoints or whatever of a horizontal line. But what I'm saying is the 2 endpoints.
Agreed. Yeah. And when you hear crazy stuff like the other day, they were telling me they can point 2 auto levels at each other 20 miles apart and expect a result. Like, what do you say to that?
I don't know. It doesn't matter what you say. They're convinced. They've convinced themselves. What do you say to somebody that's convinced themselves of something that's insane? What can you say?
Good question. Good question.
Blue Marble's wanting to do Euclidean geometry now.
Good luck.
It seems so. He is intrigued.
Well, no. This is a setup for a stolen concept. This is how it starts. It's great. You can't see it yet, but it's like there's a punchline. There's a joke coming. This is the joke, right? And then the punchline is when you give the answer. Because he'll go, ha, well, I'm going to add some more degrees into this half of the... It's just ridiculous. And you can't see it. I'll get some triangle axiom and all of that sorts. All of these sort of things out. And trust us, we do have proof for every one of these arguments that Blue Marble is going to be giving us. Because all of the people that are giving him those arguments, we've already dealt with. We've dealt with every one of them. And there is proof, both in geometry and in reality, to back them, every one of them. Blue Marble has nothing, yet he's been put in a position where Blue Marble, the character, is now going to have to say some stupid shit for the globe. He's been pushed that far into this now. I don't think he can get out of it. There is no way out for the big blue marble. Geometry is geometry, and it has proofs within it. You think you can deny those geometric principles in reality? Falsify geometry? Or falsify reality? Which one do you think is going to happen? It's a tough choice when you get down to it. Which way do you go? I think this is the leaving of the legacy. I think Boom Marble had a Kavenstein, a size. He had his seismometer. He had his path carved out with the new Cavendish experiment blue marble, but unfortunately he got led into turning it into a seismometer by PhD Tony, and then luckily enough Chaiki was there to tell us that there was nothing wrong with his Cavendish, and it was actually the room that was moving.
Yeah. Oh, that was special, that one.
Thank you, Chaiki. So that was the end, really, of Blue Marble's seismometer. It falsified the entire thing with an earthquake.
Whole funeral for nothing.
Yeah.
Mothball City.
So now he's got nothing left, and I think this is the next great big thing. You know, you've got to go for a big leap after that. To spend it all that time and having that just made a mockery of by Chaiki in your own Discord server. PhD Tony, everybody knows PhD Tony's crazy, literally. So he led Blue into that. Anyway, this is why Blue, I think, psychologically, this is why he's pushing this so hard right now. He's wanting to leave his legacy again. And he's trying to curve at level, I think. I think that's what Blue wants to leave for the globe, guys. But he's been led into it by the guys that are telling you, Blue, seriously, have a word with them. Make sure that you're willing to go with this stuff on their backing. Because make sure it's your decision what you're doing, Blue. That's about the best as I could do. Word of warning. Think you might be getting pushed forward into this, and a few of them have gone already. Now I don't know where they've gone to, whether you go to a better place within this or you just get moved to another YouTube arena somewhere. But I think you're close to that, Blue. Or the retired part might be. Or maybe, Blue, there's an optical thing that happens when you're trying to look too far. don't think you could falsify geometry, though. Just my guess, though. You go for it, Blue.
Geometry is not dependent on optics, unfortunately.
But Blue's been told that there's a separation between geometry and reality somehow.
I would say that human sight has limitations. So this is not limitation of geometry or science, but only of our sight sense. That's all. We cannot hear in the long distances, and we cannot see in the long distances, even using some kind of enhancements like telescope, lens, or whatever. We can enhance our vision, but only a bit, not forever.
I like this one. This is one of my favourite ones from Blue. He's got one there at the top. You can see A, B, and C. It's just got one simple horizontal on the water level. And that's brilliant. But the bottom one has got a rise in the middle. And the consequence of that rise in the middle means he has 3 horizontal planes in between A and C. That's 3 different horizontal planes.
Yep. I made a meme of this one too. Yep. Trifecta.
What would that tell you? Right, just...
That would tell me someone's messed up seriously.
It's like somebody's really confused if they don't know which horizontal they should be using in between A and C. It's like, what, there's more than one? Well, there's 3 in that picture, but according to the globe model, there's infinite horizontals.
But it has to be like that, because otherwise, how could it work on a globe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're forced into a stupid position. Now, Blue's been forced into it. I'm saying most of the people that have tried this particular thing, they've had to leave. You can't pretend to be a surveyor and then say stupid shit that not a surveyor would say. They need somebody who's a stooge to say it and then disappear. Then they can use it as a shadow giant. I mean, what about a video with some jippos going down a runway of a supposed experiment that is nothing like an experiment, that shows absolutely nothing other than how they completely messed it up? And, well, they didn't mess it up. They just blatantly lied in multiple areas. And it's still being touted, still being given to people as a proof of something, proof of hump.
Are you talking about LIGO?
A Blue Marble. No, Blue Marble's just talking about a water level.
Oh.
A hump in the middle.
Why is Rumpus even here? He's deafened and muted.
Is he even in here?
He's in the call.
He's all the time.
Yeah. There you go. There's no need for him to be in here. He's deafened. There's no need for him to be in here. Don't want to ban him. But he's not going to get to talk, obviously. we don't need Rumpus talking on. It's Free for All Friday tomorrow. Definitely a better day for Rumpus to come in. Talk as much shit as he wants tomorrow. But this is Euclid night, where we stick to geometric proofs and logical reasoning. Rumpus doesn't bring any of that. Blue marble with 3 horizontal planes across a water level. It's some of this stuff's ridiculous.
He's given us so much stuff, man. Oh, it's so good.
If anybody ever comes into this arena, right, and imagines that they're going to get some sort of an intelligent debate with some sort of answers to questions, never ask a Glober anything, because their mind is so biased with their model. They can't do anything without thinking about their model first. It's the first and foremost thought in their mind when solving any problem. I'm pretty sure they go, does the globe have anything to do with this? And then if it's yes, then it's what would be required on the globe. And if it's no, it's, let's
make it fit the globe.
Yeah. How can I make this a proof for the globe?
Yeah. Globe is always in there. It's like, like their love. And you could prove it very easily when you tell them, okay, straight line, right? Okay. Now, how far can we extend it? Indefinitely. And how does that work on your model? And then you see their eyes. Whoop, right away, that curve comes in. Then it's this globe, and then it has to bend. The horizontal has been sacrificed.
I think Rumpus did it yesterday. He explained it perfectly when he was talking to Paper about a straight line within Euclid and the definitions of a straight line. He automatically put it on a sphere.
Yeah, that's step one.
Look at Carpenter just put it in here too, and Blue Marble's still trying to answer. They're making, and I asked Blue, I said, so to be clear, you're making conclusions about horizontal without establishing horizontal. Am I getting that right? And Carpenter says, yeah. And then Blue says, you aren't one of the billions that fit in that most category, are you? Don't know what that means. Nothing is referencing a horizontal. That's why it's called reciprocal zenith angles. So I'll just ask him again.
That sounded like the most nonsensical response I've ever heard.
Yes,
Yep.
this is tactic. He's trying to distract and to move goalpost. So you can go with it, but it will go nowhere.
Yeah, you can't put more than 360 degrees in a circle. And for the same reason, you can't put more than 180 degrees in a semicircle.
Yes, because you can create a triangle on diameter, any triangle on diameter. So, and diameter cuts circle in half. So half circle means half degrees. So 180. That's it. Problem solved.
Mobius using the bold text. That's some fancy discording.
How about if you bulge a little bit, like you make an equator and you bulge it a bit like a pear? Can you get more then?
I think what he wants to do, Mobius, is he wants to add longer, bigger angles, right? But then he wants to curve the horizontal. That's why they don't want to talk about horizontals, because the end outcome of this is bendizontal, isn't it? They want horizontal to bend like level bends. I've realised that they are inexplicably linked together. So rather than saying, oh, okay, then level has to be a straight line then. No, they're bending horizontals for the globe.
They have to. Once they got rid of level, well, horizontal too.
Mm-hmm. Well, you separate level from horizontal, say level curves, then realise that the actual problem is geometric and it involves the horizontal.
Yeah, that's what we've been telling them all this time.
Shit, now we're going to have to bend horizontal as well. And then you might have said they were both just exactly the same in the first place. Horizontal curving, though, that's... Yeah, I mean, that's how far the globe model has to take you. That's where they're going. And they can't stop going there either. They're forced into it. It's a has to. It has to be situation.
Yes, and they cannot curve both level and horizontal because therefore Rumpus is in trouble, because he said that horizontal has nothing to do with horizon, therefore with level. So it would mean that it has, because they both curve. So so many problems to solve. This globe is complicated.
It's impossible, isn't it? Globe. It cannot exist. And the places you have to take your mind in order to make it fit, well, that's where it gets tricky. Whether your mind can go to these areas. I keep saying it to everybody who comes in here. It took us ages. There's quite a few people who still struggle getting rid of the model. Because it comes in on everything. Everything you think of it from a certain position. That just looks better and better all the time, that.
Look at that. You got to convince yourself.
Crazy. Well, yeah, but I mean, look at the maths. I mean, how can that not be? I mean, like, what is it? What's he trying to say? Anybody? It's got it wrote it in red. Zeniths are measurably not parallel. What does that say? They're too scared. Even Blue Marble, whoever gave you that?
That means plumb bobs are not parallel.
It means verticals, but they're too scared to write verticals.
They're going with zeniths now.
Yeah, zenith.
Because we ridiculed them with the plumb bobs. Now they switched to zeniths. You think you're going to get away with it like this?
Ask a surveyor next time you see him. When they've got their equipment out, say, What's your zenith angle? And just keep an eye on his face. And he'll go, we're not doing astronomy. Oh, all right. Because that's what this is. This is how you know these are not real surveyors. Zenith angles are for astronomy.
Imagine we made them stop saying. Yeah, we made them stop saying plumb bobs are not parallel. Now they're going with zenith angles because they realize how ridiculous it is to say that.
Well, no, the surveyor that they gave the YouTube channel to, the fake surveyor, the role-playing surveyor, that originally came out with the plumb bobs not being parallel, obvious fraud, he's had to go. He's left the arena. There's nobody else out here to do that. And that's embarrassing if they're meant to have a model. These guys are the most experienced. We've been going at this for 6 years. They can't find a globe surveyor. It's because there is none. The surveyors that they did have, obviously they're not real. Or they can't be seen saying the stupid shit that they have to say. For one reason or the other, they've gone, they've left. They're not in the arena. At least they're not in the arena with those characters that they had when they were pretending to be surveyors. They could still be in the arena with different characters. Voice changes, who knows? There are a lot of similar voices. Different character change. You get away with all sorts of stuff. In this arena, anyway. People come and go. But they've disappeared, the ones that originally came with this ridiculous argument, because the one thing that cannot be obfuscated or sophisticated is geometry. It's the only thing that we do actually get proofs from, and nothing but proofs. It doesn't do anything else other than proofs. Just stacks them on top of each other to show you a perfect logical system with no flaws. Apart from some Discord globe science geniuses that think they can falsify the entire thing. Good luck to them. Blue marble.
Blue marble.
What they will do.
Vertical angles. Horizon is parallel to the Earth's surface. So sorry. I just can't believe.
I've noticed what they will usually try to do. I mean, besides the obvious, which is, characters like Brenda trying to take over your show and just, ramble about how stupid you are or how you don't understand. I think there is 2 futile attempts. One of them is to try and imagine that, give you the Euclidean geometry as a thing, but then try to get into a story about how Euclidean geometry is just one subset of all possible geometries, and they have figured out that the actual geometry that is the geometry of what they call the universe we're in is a different one, and according to that one geometry, level is curve or whatever. So that's one. And the other one that I've noticed them do very often is they're trying to conflate geometry with what's the best way to say this? Like with visibles, like not just astronomy, but with visibles. And the trick there is that well, we don't see in 3 dimensions. We only see in 2 dimensions. So the quote geometry unquote of vision, you know, for lack of a better word, is kind of a spherical deal, not I'd appreciate it if someone helped me with the words here, because English is not my first language. What I'm trying to say is that tangibles and visibles are 2 different things, and you can just you know, reach a conclusion from something that is visible and intangible, say the way things move at the sky, and then extrapolate that to be valid in the actual 3-dimensional physical world, if that makes sense.
Well,
absolutely.
If you can use geometry, then you can find these things accurately, but there's limits to how you can use geometry. You need measurement distances. Actual
measuring and calculating are 2 different things, in other words.
Yeah, and like looking at something with a picture derives no geometry from it whatsoever. So if you're actually trying to do geometry, then you can get stuff. But if you're just looking at stuff, it means nothing. You shouldn't try to do geometry with things that you can't.
Like a star, for example. They can say all the parallaxes and all the, you know, crazy stuff they want. There is no way that you can know a distance to a star. Absolutely impossible.
I'm not even convinced that a distance can be attributed to the star, because I mean, distance is the it only applies between physical objects, right? That's what we mean by distance.
Exactly.
So maybe to someone that hasn't looked into this sounds, you know, crazy talk or whatever, but when and how was actually established that the sun, the stars, and the moon, that these are physical objects? I don't think anyone has established that, have they?
Well, let me rephrase that. You don't need 2 objects to establish a distance. Like you can start off from point A and point B, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be an object there, but you have to actually be measuring something, right? Like there's no way to measure the distance between you and a light in the sky. No matter what they tell you, parallax, candles, quasars, it's all lies. There's just no way to do that.
But I think that it is not correct to say that the distance is not existence. It is, because of course stars and moon and the sun is above clouds, and clouds have distance to us, to Earth. So if it is above, it means that this is a greater distance, but still it is some distance. But of course,
nobody's saying it.
We cannot measure, of course.
Yes, yeah.
But about seeing things in 2D, yes, we see 3-dimensional reality in 2D, but this 3rd dimension, in this case it would be depth, we can see by means of angles. We can see that. We can see a third dimension
Ratios.
because we can understand how angles works.
You're talking about parallax, right?
Not only, no, for angular distance change, for example. So we know that if object is going away from us, is changing our angular distance, and we even learn to judge instinctively this how, for example, how fast object is coming to us by observing how rapidly or slowly is changing its angular size. So
Yeah, but you're assuming that you know its physical size, right? You're assuming that it has a physical size. I don't know, maybe it even changes its physical size, but you're assuming that.
no, absolutely not. I am not talking about that. What we see in our eye is light. I see only a light. This is what is coming to our eye, light. So I am not assuming anything. I am just talking about image in our eye. And this image in our eye is changing angular size. And that's why we can judge distances, for example. Whatever it is. I'm not talking and claiming that this is object. Mostly I assume, for example, I have no reason to assume that the sun is not physical object. For example, for me, claiming that this is not physical object, it is less plausible than claiming that this is physical object.
No. Then we are different there. I would say that I'm the opposite. I would say that for me, I have no reason to assume that the sun is a physical object, or in any case, maybe not no reason at all. But if I like make two lists with the attributes of tangible and intangibles, tangibles and intangibles, I think I'm more inclined to believe that it's an intangible object because its behavior is more consistent with that of an intangible object. Like, for example, like I can't sample it, I can't reach it. I go towards it, it seems to recede. I recede, it seems to be following me. I can't walk around and see its back, that kind of thing. But on the other hand, it also has some properties that I have learned to connect with physical objects. Like, for example, the more it shines, the more warm it feels. There seems to be some sort of what's the name? To some level, it seems to that it's possible to localize it, kind of like it's day over here, but it's night over there, and at the same time, my body will see it low, but in my location, it will be over me and stuff. But to me, at least overall, it's tricky. Like, it looks to me like it has more attributes of an apparition, like a rainbow or something, instead of a physical object.
That's why this is moment when epoche can come. Just suspend your belief or disbelief. I am not claiming that this is physical object, and I'm not claiming that this is not. This is my opinion that it is, because I think it is more plausible for me. But I am not trying to convince anyone that it is a physical object. This is just opinion, and if someone can bring some proof that it is not physical object, I would incline to that. But for now, only what I can hear about the sun being not physical object is that sun is not physical object. This is not enough for me. So, for example, I keep my opinion that this is physical object. But this is only opinion. I cannot prove that.
I would go with distance cannot be measured. How about that one?
Distance between what?
Between anything, like for a light in the sky. Let's say the moon.
I didn't understand that.
Shut up.
Of course, we cannot measure
Smart girl.
distance because we weren't on the moon and on the sun. And
well, no, I mean just in the geometrical understanding of what we know about geometry, you can't measure a distance to something without a few factors. And those things cannot be gained.
Yeah, like the physical dimensions of the object you're trying to gauge distance.
Well, you would have to know that, right? In order, if you can't actually measure it, you would need to know a few other things in order for you to be able to see how far away it is. Like the scale of the thing. Like, for instance, if you're doing surveying and you have the stadia hairs, you can tell how far away it is by measuring the vertical in between the crosshairs, between the stadia hairs. And then that can tell you how far away it is. But in order for you to do that, you need the measuring rod and that actual size, the distance between. And then the ratio can be done. Well, with something like the moon, you don't have that.
Of course. Well, I completely agree.
Yeah.
I completely agree. It cannot be measured.
So I would be like you, epoche, right? You just suspend, even if it is a solid object, you can't measure it. There's no way to do that because you don't know the factors that you need to have the minimum details to even estimate it.
That's why I said before that you need to know the physical size of something that you see in order to be able to gauge the distance when you're looking with your eyes, for example.
Yes, that's why. That's why globe model is begging the question, because radius of the Earth, supposedly spherical Earth, is derived from, I think, Venus or Mercury. So it is impossible to establish how big these wandering stars are, but they Kepler assumed that the size of Mercury is, or Venus, I cannot understand.
Venus was the start. Twin.
Venus.
Yeah.
So, that it is just assumption.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not measured, absolutely not measured. So
I think it was the other way around. I think it was Venus was just assumed to be a spherical planet that has a radius more or less as big as the Earth's.
Yes, this is
another
pure
one
assumption.
That wasn't measured.
Yes, it's pure assumption, and that's why this is begging the question. Begging the question about Venus, and next begging the question about Earth. So nothing to do with measurements.
No, but then the mainstream is turning this into a "Are you calling me a liar?" circus, because some years after that they said that okay, it's true that at first we didn't know what the distance was, but today we've got radar and space probes, and we used our magic machines, and here is a number. Accept it. We measured it directly, they will say.
So they are sending these probe machines or whatever, this ISS and rockets into place where they cannot be. So this is
That's
another
what they
story.
say. Yeah, and
Yes.
they also say that they use radar, which is also, I mean, really far fetched to everyone that has worked as a radar operator. But I digress.
This is just a story, like Alan Clark or whatever, Jules Verne. For example, when I was young, I was reading these books of Jules Verne. So just a story, science fiction.
If we know we can't do it, then is there somebody with much better equipment that can do it? Well, no, because you
That's what
have
they
to
say.
have the geometric principles in order to be able to do that, right? Better technology won't gain you any geometric principles for you to skirt around. It won't make you get some sophisticated geometry. There is really only direct measurement. And unless you've been fooled into thinking that a laser can tell you how far something is away, beam of light,
Or a radar beam.
well, radar sound, isn't it? I mean, that definitely does work. Sound,
yes,
imaging.
because we know how fast the sound is going, so it is
light.
measurable. No,
Not
no
light.
light. I said sound.
Yeah.
So yes, echolocation works very well. So,
Well, I'd say not very well, because there can, okay, depends on what you're trying to locate, right? If you're using it in the ocean to fish, yeah, okay, sure, it's efficient enough. Or if you're using it to avoid like reefs and stuff. But if you're using it to determine what's underground, then good luck.
yes, because if sound cannot travel through solid objects very well, it stops. Just it.
No, I don't think that's it. I think it's because it travels at different speeds through different media. So you're going to get a very distorted image. So the idea is that you do some imaging, right? You either emit some sound, usually you bury some charge and you detonate that. And you've got your timers like synchronized and whatnot. So you are very, you're trying to reduce the error of doing the whole thing simultaneously, right? So there is the explosions, and then you also bury microphones, and you're trying to get whatever echo you can from that initial explosion. So then the assumption is that as sound propagates downwards or out, but always with a downwards component in the vector, then you're gonna pick up some echo, which means that as it was going down, it bounced to something, and it returned. So
yeah, I don't.
so
I
then you
don't.
translate.
I don't claim that this is perfect.
It's horrible. It's very imperfect, I can tell you.
In some cases, but in medium of air, I think it on short distances it works pretty well.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, sure. Bats use it. Swallows use it.
Laser measures use it. You know, I've got a laser tape measure, Measure King. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Can you hear that? Did you hear it? That's my laser. Did you not hear that? I can hear it. Let me run it again. See how I can get it. Everybody hear that?
I heard 2 pops.
Clicking. mad clicking. It may be because I've got a thingy on it. Yeah, my laser tape measures sound. It's not laser. It's got a pointer on it, but like the thermometer, it's not the laser that does anything. There's other sensors that do the temperature reading. There's a sound thing on my laser tape measure. For measuring inside rooms and houses and all of that. They'll all be sound.
That sounds so cool, actually. Yeah, for our initial talk, no, I don't think there is any way to establish a distance between the lights on the sky and myself.
But there are people that'll tell you some sort of really weird geometric thing that they've done it. Right? Shadow giants have done it. They're not quite so sure because they don't really understand geometry and, you know, all of that, but they definitely did it.
So how do they know that this light source, how do they know that it's an intense light source that is far and not a less intense light source that is near?
I don't know. This is Euclid night. We try and keep everything to stick to geometry. Light intensity isn't really a geometric issue, and we don't normally do that sort of stuff.
So for triangulation, then you are going to need three things, right? So they have the angular size and
whoa, angular size. Do you want to have a go at explaining that? Because, you know, we've been dealing with things that I think have been brought into the conversation specifically to lead people astray. So angular size.
Yeah, sure, angular size. So imagine you've got a ring like a hula hoop, and you grade it. Well, you divide it into 360 equal parts, and you stick your head in like your eyes, like I stick my eyes in the middle of it. What's a good way to explain it? So
I think it can be explained more simple.
Okay, go for it.
If you have, for example, telescope or whatever, or just obscure camera, you can just point at the sky, for example, at the sun, and you are just moving your telescope or whatever tool you are using from side to side, and you can measure how much you have to turn, and this turn is measured in angles, of course.
Yeah,
and that's it. This is angular size of an object.
The size of the angle.
Yes.
Basically, just an angle.
Yes, how much you have to turn your, for example, telescope or center of the telescope.
180. That would be 180 degrees if you're talking horizon to horizon.
What, for the angular size? The size of the angle would be 180 degrees. It's just the size of the angle. Like, you know, that's what I'm saying. The angular size is really just the size of the angle, which can be just said as an angle. It's an extra word that's been added in for some reason that supposedly allows people to think about the size of the object, but it's not. It's just the size of the angle. It's a trickery word. It's a wizard word that people have been led to believe means something other than what it is.
Yes, just it. Because if you have a big object, but long away from you, you have to tilt your telescope to have this angular size very slightly. But if you have a very small object just in front of you, you have to tilt it more. So it means that in some cases, the smaller object has a larger angular size than a greater object.
Of course.
Which is of course nonsense. So
yeah, you don't know the size of the object. The only thing you're ever going to know is the size of the angle. So it's just an angle.
Yes.
Are we talking about real objects or sky objects now?
No, everything. You can measure angular size of everything, just using, for example, telescope or just tube through which you can see. That's all.
Yeah, you can measure the angular size of anything, and at the end of it, all you will have is an angle.
Correct.
So that's it. It's just an angle. It's not like, I think within this arena, when people use angular size, a lot of people think about the size element of the thing that you're looking at. But it's got nothing to do with it. It's just the size of the angle.
Well, I can assure you that when someone says angular size, I do not think of the physical size of the object.
That's what I'm saying, though. That needs to be pointed out because there are a lot of people out there that get confused by those words. And that's what I think. They've been put into the conversation to allow people to manipulate a conversation. A bit like flat plane. Because soon there's going to come a time where there's a different type of plane. Not flat, but another one.
Yes. A spherical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guy that I was saying, the billiard balls were levels.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a guy here, wasn't it? One visiting.
So angular size is part of that. It allows people to think of something different than what it is that they're actually talking about.
Yes, and that's why they are adding things. For example, perpendicular at the point.
Yeah.
So they are adding at the point, which is complete nonsense because
it is nonsense.
Point of intersection is the only one point where you cannot measure any angle. So because this is vertex of an angle, you cannot measure angle at the vertex of this angle. So this is just stupidity. But for example, Rumpus is talking about straight line on a sphere. But
like a chord or
this is addition completely redundant because you don't need any sphere to establish straight line. So he's adding for what purpose? To associate. Listener, when it is repeated 1,000 times, will associate straight line with a sphere. And this is just programming for me.
I think he's saying it because he wants you to take the responsibility of imagining how you are only allowed to draw lines on a piece of paper that that can itself bend on the third dimension, and then he's gonna redefine the line to be straight.
No,
I think that's
no,
that's you to do it. Like, he doesn't want to say it.
I think the Rumpus's tactic is different, and he showed this different tactic yesterday. Because when I said that the straight line, as Euclid states, that the straight line is such that points are lying evenly between extremities, he got nervous and he rejected it, of course, because he said that this is bullshit, all outdated bullshit, no, outdated geometry. And he was willing to stick to this definition where a straight line is shorter distance between points. And why? Because he said that the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is curved line. Therefore,
No, that's
yes, that's what he said yesterday. Yes.
But it's not. But it's not a curved line.
Yeah, we know.
Yes, but I am talking about what Rumpus said. I am repeating his reasoning, his nonsense reasoning. So as we can have only a line on a sphere, and this shortest distance on the sphere is curved line, but because it fits this definition, it means that this line is straight. This is logic for Rumpus. You know, this is logical, yes or no? For Rumpus, it is.
Because it has to be a globe that we live on. That's why. It has to be.
He is equivocating that shortest distance on a sphere is unfortunately not absolutely shortest distance. He just don't bother with that because objection arises automatically that okay, we can make this concession on a sphere. This is shorter distance, but in 3D space, it is not.
Exactly.
That's why, for example, Brenda is talking about the shorter distance than straight line. Because if Brenda is agreeing with Rumpus that the shortest distance on the sphere is straight line, then when you draw a chord line, normal straight line, that would be shorter distance than straight line for Brenda. This is just, for me, this is pervert logic, but or just sickness of the mind. But for them, this is logical. This is logical for them. So it is very difficult to try and to convince them that they are just mad. But this is what they are saying about straight lines and curved lines. So their conclusions are absurd, but it is okay for them.
But are they trying to take over the language? I mean, what are they trying to do? Because they can. I mean, both of them are smart enough to know that they can give better examples. But it's as if they don't really want to do it. They don't really want to. They don't want to support.
They know that they've got nothing better. They know they've got no argument, and they know why.
I mean,
yeah, they're smart enough to know that.
I mean, in the sense of better examples, not better examples, but better better worded examples. Like if they were interested to communicate to others how they believe the world is, that it has this, elusive, very, very slight curvature that is everywhere, but you can't see it because it's very, very small and mild, then they could word that better, but they don't. That's what I'm saying, and it makes me think that they're just trying to.
No, they're stuck to a model. The models comes with some ridiculous numbers. It comes with a quadratic equation for one. Impossible.
Quadratic equation? What do you mean?
It's quadratic, isn't
it? The centimeters per kilometer squared or inches per mile squared, is that the one?
A squared formula ends up a quadratic.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, the drop, suppose if it's there, the drop.
Yes.
Over
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
So this is function for curved line.
So what's it at the halfway with the quadratic? It's 2. It's a quadratic. It's a quarter.
Yeah.
But for every half distance, it's a quarter of the total. So you can't have it dropping 2 inches over the first half mile and then 6 inches over the second half mile. That's what you call impossible. Again, cannot happen. Like, I'll give you an example. Have you heard of Slice Barkane?
Yeah, but I don't really follow him. I mean, I tried to listen to once. I was appalled.
A water level experiment called a bending water level. Now, we tried it to do a mile, 1,600 meters.
Yeah.
In one go. He couldn't join the pipes together. Water was pissing out everywhere. And he tried to get it going uphill. Right?
Yeah.
So, here's what you do. You go 16 100-meter water levels. Right? And you put them end to end.
Yeah.
Right. Now, do you know the drop over 100 meters?
That would be, well, I can probably calculate it, but it's maybe something like a centimeter, maybe, or 2.
It's like a millimeter.
Oh.
Over 100 meters. It's 0.78 or something calculated. We've got the Ruhif numbers. So you've got that over drop of 1 water level. Let's call it 1 millimeter, right? So you've got 16 of those. How much drop at the end of that are you going to end up with?
1.6 centimeters.
Mm-hmm. You're after 8 inches. So for the first one, you have 1 millimeter. And then the second one, well, that drops 2 millimeters, let's say. Because this is quadratic. Because the last one has to drop and make it 8 inches if you do it in 16 separate bits. But obviously, that's fucking ridiculous. It's impossible. Cannot happen. Nobody's ever even thought of that.
My mind is exploding right now.
Impossibilities.
It doesn't add. You cannot do that. It means that adding separately this single measurements, so to speak, or calculations, doesn't fit a total score. Total score is different than separating. It's like adding 2 to 2 to 2 to 2, and at the end you are ending with crazy number.
Yeah, if it was linear, you'd be able to do that. You'd be able to.
But linear. Oh, I see what you mean.
Like
Yeah.
But then you end up with slope And obviously, horizontals can't slope. So there you go, that back to the water level with that. There can't be any drop of one end from the other. That's not what water levels do. So add that to an impossible mathematical function that they've handed to everybody, and nobody's pointed it out. They've been allowed to get away with this sort of stuff simply because no logic has been applied to anything. And really, I'm shocked.
But the 8 inches per mile squared, I mean, you can derive it from trigonometry if you want, right? You can.
But let's say you've got a canal that's 2 miles long. The first mile, 8 inches. Second mile, goes up to 32 inches.
Right? Yeah.
Well,
it's
that's
crazy.
Impossible, isn't it? Like, not
course.
just crazy, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Because it has to happen in the opposite direction at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. When you get down to the 32 inches, just turn around and it's 8 inches down from there. Oops.
Impossible. But, I mean, people will argue about it all day. Well, in fact, they won't talk about that because that obviously kills their model. So what they'll do is talk about lights in the sky or telescopes.
Or how we don't know geometry or how stupid we are.
Yep. Yeah. Because they're the ones that cannot have geometry, right? They're going to give geometry up. And who's the one that's going to take hold of it? Well, us. I'll take logic and geometry any day of the week against absolute fucking crazy bullshit. Speaking of which, how's Blue Marble doing? Is he coping all right, Moby? Is he not?
So I pretty much just illustrated like what he's doing, like with the Blackpool Tower pictures, the ones that Cheky's trying to mess around with and stuff.
The ones where they're trying to distract from us, showing that the guy that said plumb bobs aren't vertical was bullshitted. that distraction. Yeah.
Yep. And I said that he's taken an image from the internet and applying like the elevations or whatever, the heights of the objects in it from this image that he doesn't know anything about, and taking an orthographic diagram of what's in the image, not what's in reality, but what's in the image, and then making conclusions about reality from that information. And he's like, you're so stupid. That's not what I'm doing at all. I got those heights from Google. It's like, that's not what I'm talking about. I don't care where you got the heights of the objects. I'm saying what you're doing with that information and how you're applying it to this image that you get on the internet using orthographic diagrams. And he's arguing that that's not what he's doing. So anyway, he just said something. I'm driving right now, so I can't read it, but I can just see that he said. Here we go.
I'll read it out
paragraph.
For you.
Okay.
I know you're clueless. All I used was the known, published, measured elevations of various parts of Blackpool to find the distance on the tower between the crosshair and the upper stadia hair. Multiplying that height by 200 will instantly give you the approximate distance from the auto level to the tower. This is how stadiometric ranging works. Well, we did other tests of the stadiometric. I mean, we have been out there to specifically test everybody in the server with the thing. How far away am I? And then I think I even showed the camera on the wheel after everybody had a go at trying to work out how far away I was. So we do that. What Blue's doing is with Blackpool Tower, right? Now, I know where I was at Southport. I know where Blackpool Tower is. We know the height of Blackpool Tower and we know how far away we were. What's Blue doing? What exactly is he saying? That he's learned how... I know it's sometimes grasping these geometric concepts and applying them to reality, and you have like a penny drop moment. I think that's what he might be doing. But he's fixating it on known heights of something else. We already knew where we were. We knew how far away from Blackpool we were. But that wasn't the purpose of us going there. The purpose of us going there was to show that you couldn't see 2 millimeters over that distance, which is the claimed measurement accuracy of the guy that was pretending to be a surveyor, the one where everybody uses his proof that verticals aren't vertical.
Yep.
I can't state it enough. These guys are just being blatantly dishonest because they don't want you to know the real reason we went there, to show everyone that the guy that claims to be a surveyor, the one that everybody uses to show that verticals aren't vertical, is a lying shit. But don't look at that. Let's pretend Blue Marble's doing stadiometric fucking range finding with Blackpool Tower for no apparent
he's not
reason.
even doing that. He's trying to do that using an image off the internet.
Yeah.
He's not at Blackpool. He's not at Southport. He's not anywhere in the vicinity with an auto level to where he can do stadiometric range finding.
Well, you wouldn't do stadiometric range finding like that anyway. That's literally not what you would do. You wouldn't half the crosshair of stadiometric range finding and use a fucking building and estimate how far away you are. That's not a surveying procedure. And saying you can do that from somebody else's picture doesn't make you look clever. Doesn't make you better than anybody. It just makes you look fucking ridiculous. In my eyes, anyway. Thanks, Constance. Good to see you back. Yeah, this is Blue Marble. He's only been dragged into this with Chaiki. Chaiki shouldn't have been doing that. But again, like Hoymar brought Pontchartrain back, then we moved to LIGO. And now Chaiki's brought this test that we did over a year ago. And we did it over a year ago to show Rumpus how easy it was to set cameras in Discord to go live when you're out there doing things. That's why we went over there. We went to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Show Rumpus how you can do it. And we had 3 cameras working on Southport Beach, performing a test like this to show.
Surely,
go on.
Surely Rumpus could do it, because I mean he's surrounded himself with all these brilliant minds, these IT, these technical wizards and these astrophysicists who obviously have, greater minds than anybody we know. And he's still not able to do his test. What is the problem?
Yeah, but Rumpus should have come here. It's the same as him and Slice Barcane as well. It's like Barcane.
Yeah.
Come and give us a chat with us. It's just a simple chat, and we'll work out how to do the test. That easy. Rumpus has got some lock gates at the other end that are about 17 feet above the surface of the canal. Because there's a river beyond that's at a higher level. That's why they're holding that water back. The canal system, the levels, it's like drainage. So yeah, there's a thing there. You could just literally get a measuring rod and put a chalk line on the top of it at 17 feet. That's what he's after. And get your auto level and just look at it from one end. If he thinks that's what he wants to be doing. Like, you don't need to build poles and do all sorts of fancy shit with 15 men and all sorts of Wi-Fi arrays. No, you can do it with mobile phones. It's dead easy. We've shown everyone how easy it is. But the point of us going out there was to show that could be done and how easy it could be done. But also to show people that you cannot see 2.5 millimeters over 500 meters. Literally impossible. Yet, that's the basis of the claim of the people that are telling everybody that verticals aren't vertical, because that's what the globe requires. People were saying in the chat, like, wizards don't exist. These people do. These are wizards. They're distracting everybody from a very simple argument, a very simple test. They're literally making you look somewhere else. Wizardry. Performing magic. And they've done it on themselves. Step one is to make yourself a diletheist. Make sure you can't see contradictions.
Well, and even if you see them, even if you see the contradictions, they're acceptable contradictions. I
don't even want. We had that thing at Penrose, didn't we? That some places you shouldn't try and put your brain in. And these are the areas that I don't think you should. Don't ever try and think why people are crazy.
Well, like getting him to change the Wikipedia water level to be horizontal at the midpoint. Straight line horizontal all the way across. Then you add a third riser at that midpoint, and it's higher.
Crazy. And he did it live here. This is the hot place. If you're after some hot globe action, if you want your globe model reinforced, go over to Blue Marble Science. He's on the cutting edge of globe geometry. Highly sophisticated globe geometry Blue Marble's doing. He could do with a hand. If you're any good at making up shit, if you think you're better, take Imaginometry over there to him. See how well he wouldn't accept it from me.
You will never understand that, but you will feel the taste of higher power.
Data. What data, Brad? He said, where's your data?
Yes, data of what?
Interesting. I do actually think of myself as a wizard now. Not like full-blown with a stick and all of that sort of stuff. But I think if there are people who can play with words and do word trickery, and if you can entertain people for hours on end with zero argument for years, I would class that as a wizard. Also, the counter to that is obviously the opposing wizard, the one that unveils these tricks and shows people. That's what I consider myself, hopefully. And I think I've managed to manipulate some of these guys that consider themselves as wizards into saying some fucking stupid shit. I mean, we do have a challenge here. If you're going to go into a conversation with them, the aim, obviously, because you know you've got the upper hand and they have no argument, the aim is always to get them to say some stupid shit.
That's easy.
It's good, yeah. Mobius is getting into it. It's like a sport, isn't it?
I mean, it's kind of unfair because you just have to let them talk. That's all. It's kind of like an unfair advantage because you don't really have to do anything. Just let them ramble.
Who likes my wizard? There you go.
All right, I am off to bed. Good night, all.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, cheers for coming.
Night.
See you tomorrow. Free for all Friday tomorrow. It's getting late, isn't it? Yeah, so if we can help out Blue Marble, if you think you could possibly help out Blue Marble, he's going for a different method than the guy who may or may not have lived in Maine, who definitely was role-playing a surveyor very badly. He's had to leave the scene, but he was the last known one to attempt to give the proof, although it's probably been used by a lot of people, that verticals aren't vertical. Blue Marble is attempting to redo for 2022 verticals not being vertical, or plumb bobs not being vertical, or tilting plumb bobs. He's already started. He started off with the taking the water level from Wiki, adding a center point, tilting the two outside ones, and lifting the one in the middle. It's hilarious, and you can see the progression of it through the thing. But I mean, he is going a lot more high-tech and advanced. So if you can help him out with GIFs and memes, if you do anything like that, put faces on little characters, Blue Marble's your man. He's going to be doing a video soon, fingers crossed, about this. We're all looking forward to it. Anybody got any other words or anything? Finishing? Oh yeah,
well,
I forgot about Paige. Sorry, go on, Mobius.
I was just gonna say, I'm just glad that Blue does recognize that it's necessary for the measuring rods to be perpendicular to the horizontal sight line to avoid any errors. I think that was a milestone for him.
The Euclidean geometric principles of the stadia hair and the isosceles triangles.
Yep. A perpendicular relationship between vertical and horizontal. Not at the instrument, but at the measuring rod.
Yeah, all the way
instrument.
over there.
All the way over there.
At the other end of the horizontal.
Yeah.
It's mad. Mad. And yeah, and as Paige pointed out, Paige's proof came from one of Rumpus's early drawings, where Paige spotted the fact that verticals weren't vertical. At least not geometrically vertical, where they are perpendicular to the horizontal. Just an impossibility of the model again, through the vertical horizontal. It's pretty simple when perpendicular straight lines destroy a geometric model. You're in a bit of a bind, a bit of a problem.
You know, and with Blue trying to bring back that that one guy's stuff, he already said that horizontal has nothing to do with it. Like there's that diagram has nothing to do with horizontal or the verticals. Because I asked him where the horizontal was in that diagram that he's posting, and he said it has nothing to do with horizontal. So I don't know how you're making conclusions about horizontals without establishing a horizontal to be able to make a conclusion about it. Whatever. Sure, he's got his reasons.
It's gonna get interesting from now on in. We've locked this one in. This is happening, people. You can't get out of it now. He's been signed up. He signed the contract. This is gonna have to be done. Let's see what we've got. Who's he talking to? Oh, he's talking to Brad. They always do this. Talk to each other. So, do you want to enter the?
Yeah.
I'll read this out. Wait a minute. Let's get the full one. Brad, the science guy, says to Blue Marble, "At least you know geometry and math. It's not imagining," says Brad to Blue Marble, kissing butt. And Blue, in reply, says, "True. Sugar Cookie's in here. Do you want to have a go? Sugar Cookie, are you awake?" You never know. If he doesn't come off mic, I'll do my best. True, but I can easily imagine what happens if the Earth was actually a big tortilla, and when I do that, nothing works anymore. Meanwhile, I have lots of data that shows the surface of water is definitely curved, and that the zeniths diverge, and that only works on a sphere. Meanwhile, all these guys have are hand-wave dismissals and unsubstantiated wild claims of level being horizontal.
Yeah, wild.
Wow. I wish you all the luck, Blue. I mean, I really do. Other men have been and fell. They've gone. Ask Jesse. Jeff. Aaron Burrell. I don't know. He never even made it round here, did he? No, anybody else. Have you got any new surveyors on the scene? Didn't know any of them. Okay. It's been a good night. We didn't really know what we were going to do tonight. So thanks for everyone for being here. Thanks for helping out. We'll try and do a bit more of this sort of stuff. It's good when you find these proofs, because at least you have something to understand, right? You have your reasoning capabilities, and it shows that everything works. All the pieces fit together. It's good. Anybody got any Buster songs you wanna hear?
What about a live one?
Oh, that will do. Everybody all right with a live Buster song for us? Yeah.
Which one?
Whichever one you want. Any. They're all fucking amazing, to be honest.
Do we have to?
If we have to.
All right. I am driving.
Okay. Is this it? Let's do it. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. The ramblings of these madmen going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate a logical will, if I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. Transcendental numbers, conceptual maths will take you on a journey down a Penrose path, and you'll never see it clear, 'cause the path that you're on began with a sphere. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. Cast away the shadows and step into light. We're taking down giants and opening sights. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never